A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Life of Mary Sothern, the human story of one woman's love and how it affected her life and the lives of those she loved. Mary Sothern is brought to you each weekday by the makers of Itana toothpaste. So that young son of yours has his second teeth, has he? Grand. I'll bet you're proud of those strong, attractive, bright teeth of your young son. Well, Mother, how long will he have all those handsome teeth? Let me tell you something to do to help him keep his teeth, keep them strong, keep them handsome. Start him tonight on the famous Itana way in the home care of the teeth and gums. Start him using Itana toothpaste with gum massage tonight. For you see, Mother, the soft foods we all eat fail to give our gums needed exercise. Unless we give them extra exercise with massage, they tend to grow flabby and actually unhealthy. And that's when tooth dinginess and tooth troubles may start. For listen to the words of a distinguished dental authority who says, quote, "It is absolutely imperative that the patient acquire the habit of proper daily brushing of the teeth and the practice of massaging the gums." End quote. So by all means follow this advice. After you brush your teeth with Itana, put a little extra Itana on brush or fingertip and gently massage your gums all over. You'll like it. You'll feel the distinctive tang, as stimulating as a cool shower bath. And this tang indicates that the famous Itana technique is helping to stimulate your gums. It's a tang that indicates that Itana is made not merely to clean the teeth thoroughly, but also to massage the gums, and so help make them firmer, your teeth sturdier and brighter, your smile more alluring. So for the sake of the health and firmness of the gums of your whole family, for the soundness of new teeth, for the sake of the attractiveness of their smiles, get an economical tube of Itana toothpaste from your druggist today. And now to resume the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday, Mary was very happy, for she saw one of her dearest friends, young Dr. John Benson, completely reverse his attitude toward her husband, Max, and instead of denouncing him as he has done for the past few weeks, instigate a meeting with Daddy Stratford, his son Danny, the Reverend Blaine, Mary, and Max for the purpose of planning a way to clear Max of the trouble he's in, resulting from his recent gambling activity. John's theory was excellent, for he brought up one important point, that their little group of friends were the only ones who could truthfully testify that Max Sanders was a member of the Cheney gang. And if they told the real truth why Max became involved with Cheney, the district attorney would certainly postpone the trial and give Mary and Max time to plan a better defense. Dr. John concluded that the only man who might testify against Max would be Cheney, and he is still at large. Now, a short while later, Daddy Stratford and Mary are at the clinic, not only to visit Danny's wife, Phyllis, but hoping also to find Danny, who is still very bitter toward Max, believing his actions unpardonable and definitely responsible for his wife's condition. The two walk down the corridor toward Phyllis's room.
Well, here's her room. I suppose we can walk right in. John said it'd be all right.
You go first, Mary.
Okay. Wake, Phyllis? Oh, Danny, we thought we'd find you here. Danny's here, Daddy.
Well, good. How's the old Huntsworth?
Hello, Mary. How are you, Daddy?
Hey, Phyllis. How's my little What the devil do you call her, Danny?
Oh, he doesn't call me funny names anymore.
Schnuggerpugger, wasn't there one of them, Danny?
Oh, I guess so. Well, Philly, I guess I'll be going.
Oh, don't go, Danny. Wait a little while. It gets awfully lonesome here, and I like company. Especially my Danny boy.
Well, if I was you, I'd put a smile on my face. It's good sick manners, you know.
I don't feel like smiling.
Say, what'd you do to Danny tonight? He came in here moping like a dying cat.
Well, Phyllis, Danny's just homesick to get you home. That's what's wrong with him.
Why don't you tell her what's wrong with me, Mary? You can't hurt her any more than Max has done already. Go ahead and tell her while I'm moping.
Danny, I don't care if you're married and got 2 kids. I'll give you a walloping if you don't hold your tongue.
What's wrong, Mary? What's happened? What does Danny mean?
Oh, nothing, Phyllis. Danny's just, well, a little upset about everything. After all, he's been through a lot lately. We all have. What with the trouble at the hotel and you suddenly popping up with a brand new little baby boy. It's been a little hectic.
Oh, I see. Max. Mary, is that brother of mine still in jail?
Yeah, but Doc Benson's got a swell idea to spring him, Mary.
That's what we had the little meeting for tonight, to work out a plan.
And don't you like it, Danny?
I won't say any more.
Danny.
Huh?
Don't forget, Max is my brother, and he's Mary's husband. We love Max, Danny. No matter what he's done, we love him.
Well, I don't love him. Phyllis, I don't care if he's your brother or not. He got into this gambling racket and worried you just when you were going to have a baby, and now...
Danny, I'll take you by the nape of the neck and throw you out of here if you don't shut up.
Oh, but Danny, everything's all right. Everything's wonderful. John said it was. Oh, I'm a little weak. That's to be expected. But I didn't worry about Max and his gambling stuff. I didn't have time to. All I was thinking about was our little boy. He wanted a boy so bad. All I did was concentrate on that. I came through for you. Didn't I, honey?
You see, Danny?
Everything's going to be fine. John told me that. Well, for a few weeks I'll have to use a wheelchair, but he said it's just one of those things. Why, in 3 or 4 weeks I'll be like new again. I know I will. So don't be bitter about Max. He wasn't to blame. I just worked too hard on getting you a son, my pet.
I'm going. Good night, Phyllis.
I don't go.
I think you should go, Phyllis. Daddy, you stay with Phyllis for a while. I'll go with Danny. Phyllis, Danny's just tired and upset.
You're all right. Mary, will you visit me tomorrow and tell me all about how Max is getting along?
I'll be in early in the morning, okay?
Fine. And bring the babies, will you?
Well, I'll ask John if I may. If he says it's all right, I'll bring them along. Daddy, tell Phyllis a few nice jokes. She needs a laugh. Come on, Danny, let's go.
Aren't you going to kiss me, Danny?
Huh? Oh, you sure?
He's broken up, Danny.
Yeah. Never seen a Danny boy like this before.
I'll try to talk to him for a while.
Wish you would.
Well, come on, Mary, if you're coming.
All right, Danny. Good night, Phyllis. See you in the morning.
All right, Max.
Good night, Mary, darling. See you at home, Danny.
Okay, Daddy. Where are we going?
Come on down here. I want to show you something, Danny.
Okay.
Here we are.
But you can't go into the nursery tonight, Mary.
Oh, I don't want to go in. I just want to look through the window at the little baby. Let me see. No. No. Oh, there he is. See him? Well, don't you know your own son?
No, it's hard to tell them apart.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, he's the image of you, Danny. He's got that funny little turned-up nose. See?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, he has, sort of.
And look at the way he frowns. Just like you.
Do I frown?
Well, you have been for the past week.
Oh.
Danny, that little son of yours sleeping there in this crib, he's the one you have to blame for all this.
Who, him? Why, you're crazy. He couldn't help being born.
But he's the one who caused Phyllis to have her trouble.
No. Wasn't his fault. Even if it was, I wouldn't blame him.
Of course you wouldn't. But whether you like it or not, that little fellow's the cause of it all. It's little Danny Jr. in there, your image. A little bundle that'll grow up and think and dream and love just like you and Phyllis have done.
Mary, if you're telling me all this to try and take the blame away from Maxwell, don't do it. And I don't think it's very nice of you to come out here and try to pin it on that little baby. Next thing you know, you'll blame me. I suppose I'm to blame for Phyllis being like she is because it's my child.
You could take the blame if you wanted to. Danny, what I'm trying to show you is that in something like this, you can't blame anyone. I know how you feel about Phyllis. I know why you started to cry in her room. She thinks she's going to get well, and you know she isn't. At least you think she isn't. But, Danny, there's always hope. And if your heart's so full of bitterness for Max, well, you won't have any room for hope for Phyllis.
What kind of hope have I got? 21 years old, 2 babies, and a wife that's going to be an invalid for life.
Danny, there's one doctor who can cure Phyllis right now if he wants to.
Yeah? But I'd have a fat chance affording a doctor like that.
Yes, right now you can't afford him, Danny, because you're spending too much of your heart in bitterness for Max. But I think if you throw out that bitterness and start saving up hope and kindness, tolerance and love, you'll soon have plenty to pay this doctor.
But you're talking in circles, Mary. I don't get you. Oh, I get it. You mean God?
Let's call him doctor for a while, shall we? And you'll find his fees aren't nearly as high as they seem right now. Danny, want to see something cute?
Huh?
Look at your son. You just waked up. Look at him.
Oh, he's smiling there. Never did see him smile before. Gosh, he's laughing. Gee, he's a cute little fella, ain't he? Look at him. Well, you'd think he knew what he was laughing about.
Well, he does. He's just happy. You see, Danny, your little son hasn't had time to learn what it means to be bitter.
No. But give him time, Mary. He will.
As Mary convinced Danny to forget his bitterness toward Max and to begin hoping and praying that his wife Phyllis does get well, and if she hasn't, can Mary, without Danny's testimony, convince the district attorney to postpone Max's trial? We hardly think so, for Danny's story would move any jury. You want healthier gums and a brighter, lovelier smile, don't you? Then look at your toothbrush tonight when you brush your teeth. Does it show a faint tinge of pink? That's pink toothbrush, a sign that your gums may be flabby and unhealthy, and that you may be in for more serious mouth disorders. You'd better see your dentist and follow his advice. But the chances are your dentist will say your trouble isn't serious yet. He'll frequently tell you that because the foods we eat these days are mostly soft foods, your gums tend to become soft and unhealthy from lack of exercise. And so your teeth tend to get dull and dingy. And so he may add, use Ipana toothpaste with massage twice a day. After you brush your teeth with Ipana, put a little extra Ipana on brush your fingertips and massage your gums. When you massage them with Ipana, you give them more exercise with the toothpaste specially designed for massage. And so, you help make them firmer and healthier, help make your teeth sounder and brighter, help make your smile more attractive to those you meet. Don't take chances with pink toothbrush. Start using Ipana with massage tonight. Get an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste from your druggist today. Tomorrow we may learn if Mary's words to Danny had any effect on the young husband. And we'll also learn how Dr. John is coming along with his plan to have Max's trial postponed. Listen in again tomorrow to radio's most fascinating serial story, The Life of Mary Sothern.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer. Open the door, Richard. Open the door, Richard.
Hey, what's wrong with you, Mr. Marvin?
Huh?
There ain't no door to open. You're already inside.
Why, Ethelbert, haven't you heard that song?
You mean that is the name of a song?
Certainly. Haven't you heard it on the radio?
You know, Mr. Marvin, I never get a chance to listen to the radio. What I mostly hear is Anchor Hawking is...
That's right. Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation is the world's largest makers of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, 20-Minute Alibi. Late afternoon in the office of the Acme Insurance Company. A telephone rings on the desk of Mr. Edward Phillips.
Acme Insurance, Phillips speaking.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes?
This is Mr. Prescott. Travis Prescott. I've got to talk to you about my life insurance policy.
Yes, Mr. Prescott.
I've been having trouble raising the money for the premium. How much more time have I got?
Well, I sent you a final notice sometime last week.
Yes, you did, but what'll happen if I can't meet the payment?
Why, after today, I'm afraid the policy will have to lapse, Mr. Prescott.
Lapse?
Yes. In other words, you won't be insured after today.
What time is it now?
Why, 5:15.
And I have until midnight to pay the premium?
That's right, sir.
But if anything happened to me before, the policy is still good now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to know.
Just a moment, Mr. Prescott. Prescott? What happened? Mr. Prescott? Mr. Prescott! Well, congratulations, Ethelbert. When did all this happen, anyway?
Last night, Casey, the bartenders were just having their regular monthly meeting, and they elected me.
Oh, what do you know?
Of course, I still think the reason so many people come in here is because they like to hear Herman Chittison play the piano.
Boy, you got a point there.
Like my sister Edna says, quote, eat, drink, and be merry because tomorrow you don't have to work. That is, if it's Saturday night. Unquote. But you know Edna.
Yeah, I know Edna.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Good night. Oh, hello, Miss Williams.
Hi, Annie. Pull up a stool. You crazy. What do you have, huh?
Not now, Casey. We got a job.
What? Well, where? What's up?
Man got killed over at the Milton Hotel, shot in the head with his own revolver.
Suicide?
That's what Captain Logan's men seem to think. We better get over there right away.
Well, what's the rush?
Because I know you, Casey. If Logan says it's suicide, you're going to think it's murder.
Come on, Annie. We're going to have to shoulder our way through this. Gosh, there's enough cops in this hall to launch a battle.
Here, where are you going?
Press, Commissioner. Gentlemen of the press.
Her too.
No, officer, I'm a lady.
It's all right, Dolan. They can come in.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Logan. Well, old boy, it's awfully decent of you to let me solve this case for you.
Now, don't start masterminding, Casey. This is a very simple job, and all you have to do is take pictures.
Oh? The murderer's confessed, has he?
The murderer has not confessed. There isn't any murderer, understand? This is a simple case of suicide, and let's keep it that way.
Okay. I didn't say anything.
Maybe not, but you're thinking.
Well, one of us has to think. Now, look.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Captain. He just got up on the right side of bed this morning.
Well, he won't get up at all tomorrow if he doesn't watch his...
Well, come on. Where's the body, Captain?
Over here, behind the sofa.
right next to the telephone stand.
That's where you found him?
I didn't find it. Casey, my men found it.
What's his name?
Prescott. Travis Prescott.
You live here in this hotel?
Oh, he was a salesman, lived uptown, and used this room as a sort of downtown office.
Watch it, Logan.
What's the matter?
Just taking a picture. Don't get scared. Now, you can put your clodhoppers anywhere you want.
Thank you.
Say, what makes you think it's suicide, Logan?
Oh, just a wild hunch. Prescott was found with a gun in his hand and a bullet hole through his right temple. Powder burns on the face proved that the gun was fired at close range, and a neat little suicide note was found in the carriage of his typewriter. Is that enough of a hint, Mr. Casey?
No.
Then now let's speak to Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Captain Logan.
Will you please tell this gentleman that Mr. Prescott called you up at 4:45 this afternoon, that he didn't have enough money to pay the premium on his life insurance policy, and that you heard him shoot himself while you were on the phone?
Now, wait a minute, Logan. You can't hear a man shoot himself. You got to see it.
Well, this is practically the same thing. Mr. Phillips was still on the wire when the shot was fired.
That doesn't mean anything. The murderer could have phonied up the whole setup to make it look like suicide.
Use your head, Casey. If you wanted a murder to look like suicide, would you kill a man while he was still on the phone?
He's got you there, partner.
Okay, Mastermind. You go to your church and I'll go to mine.
Now, just a second, Logan. Has anything in this room been moved since Prescott's body was discovered?
You know better than that. Not when my tech men get finished.
Then it's murder, my friend. Good old premeditated homicide.
What do you mean?
Look at the telephone, Logan. Didn't you say Mr. Phillips here heard the shot over the wire?
Well, I did hear.
Well, then if Mr. Prescott committed suicide, how did the receiver get back on the hook? Only one person could have hung up that phone after Prescott was dead, Logan, and that's the murderer.
Now, wait a minute, Casey. I thought of that, too. It's just probable that Prescott put it back himself.
Well, after he'd been shot through the head.
But it's possible, isn't it? He could have staggered and dropped it back into place as he fell to the floor.
Sure. He could have played a violin concerto on the way down.
So will you shut up?
It doesn't make sense, Captain. Casey's right about this being murder, and you know it.
I don't know anything of the kind yet. Mr. Phillips, tell me, did you hear the phone click after the shot was fired?
Why, now that I think about it, Yes, I am sure I heard it click, as though the receiver had been placed back on the hook. Funny you're remembering it now. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Just passing the time of day until Captain Logan decides to start looking for some suspects.
Yeah, how about that, Captain? Doesn't this Mr. Prescott have any friends or relatives?
He's got a wife.
Yeah? Why isn't she here?
She probably will be any minute. I sent word to her just before you came in.
What was her reaction to the news, Captain?
I don't know. I wasn't the one who broke it to her.
Can't go in there.
That sounds like her now.
Lady.
It's all right, Dolan. She can come in. We were expecting her.
Yes, sir.
Where is the officer? What have you done with him?
No. Just a minute, please.
Is he dead? Is he really dead? Tell me, how did it happen?
Please. Now, you got to...
For the name of heaven, officer, why are you keeping me from him? Why don't you let me see him? Travis!
No. You mustn't go.
For Pete's sake, will you take her away from him?
No. I love him.
I know how you feel, but you've got to pull yourself together now.
Well, let me stay with him just a little while. Don't you understand? I love him more than anything in the world.
I'm terribly sorry. I know it's a shock to you.
It's all right. Only I can't understand why anybody would want it. Who killed him, officer? Who killed him?
Why, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure he was killed.
Captain Logan thinks he might have committed suicide.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. He had everything to live for. He told me so this afternoon.
You saw your husband this afternoon, Mrs. Prescott?
Husband?
Yes. Aren't you his wife?
Why, no. I'm Evelyn Warner. I'm Mr. Prescott's secretary.
Day after tomorrow is Washington's birthday, and I'm sure you'll want to observe at least one good old tradition. So how about serving a delicious home-baked cherry pie for dinner? You'll find mouth-watering recipes in any good cookbook. But to make those recipes turn out right, to ensure flaky crust, evenly and lightly browned with no danger of scorching, be sure to use a Fire King oven glass pie plate. You see, Fire King oven glass absorbs oven heat so uniformly that it practically ensures baking results. Now, you'll find a wide selection of Fire King oven glass at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, separate pie plates in different sizes, as well as casseroles with pie plate covers, and smaller pieces for baking individual deep dish cherry pies. Fire King oven glass prices are unbelievably low, and each piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Ask for Fire King oven glass by name. another product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You've got your nerve, Casey, walking right up to Mrs. Prescott's apartment and ringing the bell. What do you expect to find out from her anyway?
Somebody's coming. Yes? Excuse me. I thought this was Mrs. Prescott's apartment.
It is. I'm her father. Lane is my name.
How do you do, Mr. Lane? Is Mrs. Prescott in?
Yes, but if you're a reporter...
We won't stay very long, Mr. Lane. We just want to ask a few questions.
Well, I appreciate that it's your job, of course, but really we've been hounded by so many reporters this evening. Can't you come back at us some other time instead of bothering Mrs. Prescott again tonight? She's been through so much.
We'll miss the morning edition.
Yes, I know, but couldn't I answer your question for you? After all, the police have been here, and the whole terrible shock of Mr. Prescott's death.
It's all right, Father. You can let them in.
But, Helen, I'm sure
It's all right, Father. What's the use of pretending I'm upset about Travis's death? Everybody knows how he's treated me.
Helen, I think it's a mistake.
Oh, come in, won't you? Let's get these press interviews over once and for all.
Well, we'll make this a short one, Mrs. Prescott.
Thank you.
Helen, I think you're giving these people the wrong
What's
impression.
the good of keeping up appearances? It's all over now. Once I can really act the way I feel.
You sound as if you were almost glad your husband is dead, Mrs. Prescott.
Don't say that. I'm not glad. But I'm not sorry either. Yeah, I've been hurt so much these past few years. I'm just sort of numb about it. Does that seem very cold to you? Well, frankly, a little. Well, maybe it is. Then you didn't know Travis. You didn't know the pain or the heartache he could bring to those who tried to love him.
He was a scoundrel. Really, he was. I hate to say so now, but he treated Mrs. Prescott abominably when he was alive.
In what way, Mr. Lane?
In every way. He drank, gambled, spent my daughter's money.
Spent it on other women. Women like that secretary of his.
Oh, you know about her?
Yes. She wasn't the only one. A little fool. He didn't care any more about her than he did about me. You think she might have killed him? If she was in love with him. Anybody who was in love with him might have killed him.
Including you?
I wasn't in love with him.
Well, it doesn't really matter very much. The police think he committed suicide.
Who, Travis? Not in a million years.
My father's right. Travis wouldn't take his own life. He was much too fond of living. Then you think that he was murdered? I'm sure of it.
By whom? Any ideas?
That's something for the police to figure out.
Say, look, try to remember, will you? After all, you're the doorman here. You ought to know what time Mrs. Prescott came home this afternoon.
Well, I do remember, but I don't know that I can pass that information along to you. I've already passed it along to the police.
But we're practically policemen. Show me your press badge, Casey.
And will you stay off my side? We're confusing the guy.
I'm not confused. I know when Mrs. Prescott came home.
Oh, yeah? When?
About 5:15.
5:15, huh? It's just a half hour after her husband was killed.
She could have done it, Casey. Only takes about 20 minutes to get here from the Milton Hotel. 25 at the outside if she came right over.
It's just what I was thinking. Say, tell me, Mac, did she come home in a cab?
Yes, I believe she did.
Alone, or was she with her father?
Oh, no. She wasn't with her father. Mr. Lane came home at least half hour earlier.
About 5:45.
No, just about. Maybe a few minutes before.
Well, that lets him out, but it doesn't make it any too cozy for her. Well, thanks for the tip, old man. Here's one for you.
Much obliged to you, sir.
Come on, Annie. We got work to do.
Well, wait a minute. You don't have to yank me off my feet. Where are we going?
Back to the car first.
Please.
Then we're going to drive down to... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Quick. Get up against the side of the building. Got to flash that dame in the lobby. She's coming out.
What dame? Who's coming out?
Mrs. Prescott. There she is now. How she's dolled up.
A nice time for her to be gadding about. Where do you suppose she's going?
Keep your eye on her, Annie. You may have to tail her.
Look. Getting into that parked car in the corner.
For Pete's sake, get ready, kid. We're going to follow that car.
Why? Whose is it?
Don't you recognize the guy behind the wheel? That's Mr. Phillips, the insurance agent.
Casey, we'll both be killed if you keep driving this way.
Don't worry, Annie. I've still got 2 wheels on the ground.
Well, let one of the others down anyway.
Right, we're coming down for a landing now. stopping ahead.
I wonder why. Everything looks closed up around here. Where are we?
Downtown. Near River Street. These are all office buildings.
Wait. They're going inside that gray one on the corner.
Well, don't give them a chance to get away. Come on, Annie. We got to find out what they're up to.
Not so fast, Casey. I got high heels on.
No time to call attention to your legs. We're in a hurry.
Oh, don't be so manly. We'll catch up with them.
If we don't get a move on.
Well, there they are. Going in that side door off the lobby, see?
I hope they're not trying to give us a slip. That's what I hope.
No, it looks like some sort of office on the first floor.
Hey, it is an office. Oh. That's the insurance company. I'm going to find out what they're up to.
Easy now. Mr. Phillips might be back there with a gun.
Come on, we'll take a chance.
Don't tell me you're going to hold my hand.
Just across the threshold. There. Now you're on your own. Hey, what's that?
Take it easy, Casey.
Logan, what?
Captain Logan.
What are you doing here?
Minding my own business? What are you doing?
Now, look, Logan, don't be like that. We've been following that Phillips guy and Mrs. Prescott. They came in here a second ago. Didn't you see them?
Yes, I saw them. I sent for them.
You what?
I sent for them, Miss Williams.
Well, it's about time you got wise to yourself, Logan. Are they in this thing together?
Did they cook up some kind of scheme to kill Prescott and collect his insurance?
Well, not exactly.
Not exactly. Well, what do you mean? Come on, give. What have you got on them?
I just asked them to come down here so I could have a look at Mr. Prescott's insurance policy.
Aha! Good boy, Logan. That dame is suspect number one on my list.
Mine, too. She had motive and an opportunity to commit the crime.
When? Tell me about it.
At 4:45. When Travis Prescott was murdered, too. And she didn't get back to her apartment until 1/2 an hour later.
So you figure she was with her husband at the time of his death, don't you? Well, as a matter of fact, she wasn't.
Oh.
She's got an alibi, I suppose.
You said it, Casey, an airtight one. At 4:45, she was at a bridge party uptown with over a dozen witnesses, so she couldn't have killed her husband.
No, I guess not.
Then who did?
I don't know yet. I've still got an idea it was suicide, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Suicide or not, Logan, if you let that woman put one over on you, you're a sap. She has everything to gain by her husband's death, including that nice fat insurance policy.
Well, the policy may be fat, but it won't do her any good.
Why not?
Because she's not the beneficiary. Mr. Prescott left the money to Evelyn Warner, his secretary.
What do you want, Mr. Casey?
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Warner, if you'll just take your foot away from the door and let us come in.
No. Please, I'm awfully busy right now. Can't you two come back some other time?
And find you gone?
No, of course not. What makes you think I was going anywhere? Don't you dare come in here.
Why? What are you hiding?
Nothing.
Nothing but a half-packed suitcase. I can see that from here.
Go away.
I will in a minute, Miss Warner. Come on in, Annie.
Like you are.
Big idea, sister. But you know it's bad news to run away at a time like this. It's practically an admission of guilt.
I don't care what it is.
You mean you killed Mr. Prescott?
No.
According to what Logan tells me, you were at the office with him this afternoon.
Of course I was. I was his secretary, wasn't I? I was there until 4 o'clock.
And where were you after 4 o'clock?
Mr. Prescott sent me out on an errand.
And why are you so anxious to get away now?
Because I know what'll happen. They'll send me to the chair for something I didn't do.
If you didn't do it, you got nothing to worry about, Miss Warner.
But all the evidence points to me, the insurance policy, the fact that I worked for him, even the fact that I was in love with him.
There's only one fact that really counts. Can you prove you were not with Mr. Prescott at 4:45 this afternoon?
No. The only man who could prove it for me won't help me.
Who's that?
Mrs. Prescott's father, Mr. Lane. He knows I wasn't at the office at 4:45 this afternoon, but he'll never tell the police that.
Why not?
Because he hates me. I'm sure he does. Any man would hate me for breaking up his daughter's marriage.
But he wouldn't send you to the chair for it. Besides, Mr. Lane doesn't strike me as the kind of a guy who'd blame you for what happened.
He would. I know he would. I can't take a chance.
You can't take a chance because you killed Travis Prescott.
No!
You'll have a hard time convincing him.
Stand back.
Hey, what are you
Look
doing
out,
there with that?
He's got a gun.
Stand back, both of you. I know how to use it, and I will if you get in my way.
Don't be an idiot. You can't get away with this.
We'll see about that. Close my bag. Quick! Now, put it on the floor and stand back.
You're a chump to walk out of here with that gun in your hand.
I'm not asking your advice, Mr. Casey. Just don't move a muscle till I'm outside the door. Stand just where you are.
I'll take that gun if you please.
Mr. Lane!
the meaning of this, Miss Warner? I was just about to ring your bell.
Hold her, Mr. Lane. I'll take care of that gun.
Let me go, you stupid fool. Let go of me.
Thank you, Miss Warner. You might hurt somebody with that thing.
What's the matter here? What has she done?
Plenty, Mr. Lane. Murdered your son-in-law and tried to make it look like suicide. She just gave us a cock and bull story about you being able to fix her up with an alibi.
I don't understand. Didn't Mr. Prescott die at 4:45 this afternoon?
That's right.
Then how could Miss Warner have killed him?
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Warner dropped some mail off for me at the apartment this afternoon. I was with her at almost exactly 4:45.
Say, Casey, you've been sitting there for the last 15 minutes without opening your mouth. What's the matter with him, Miss Williams?
To put it in simple language, Ethelbert, Casey is what we might call stuck.
Does that expression on your face, Casey, mean that you're thinking?
Yeah. Give me another cup of that coffee, Ethelbert. Awful stuff.
Walter, bring Casey another coffee. I told you it was awful. You know Walter can't make coffee.
You're telling me. Annie, I give up. As far as I can make out, nobody was at Mr. Prescott's office at 4:45 this afternoon.
Well, at least Mr. Prescott was there.
I'm beginning to wonder. Boy, if he was alive, he'd probably have an alibi, too.
Maybe Logan was right. Maybe it was suicide.
Certainly beginning to look that way. Only there's something awful fishy about that phone call.
You think Mr. Phillips is lying?
I don't know. He's got plenty of witnesses from his office. But there might have been some shenanigans at the other end of the line. Oh, say, Ethelbert, if that's for me, you know what to tell him.
Right, Casey. You know me. Excuse me, folks. Hello, Blue Note, Ethelbert speaking.
Deposit 5 cents, please.
Yeah, wait, I'll have to get... Hey, wait a minute. I just picked up the phone.
If you'll give me your name and address, we'll return your nickel.
But I didn't put in a nickel.
You should deposit 5 cents before you dial. Please hang up and dial again.
Hey, look, lady. Hello? Hello? Goodbye. Must have been a wrong number. Blue Note, Ethelbert speaking.
Wrong number. Excuse it, please.
I thought so. Oh, dear, these telephone operators. I have more trouble.
Hey, wait a minute, Ethelbert. Wait a minute. You give me a hunch.
Huh?
That telephone operator, Annie. That's who I want to talk to. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the Hotel Milton. I want to talk to the operator at the switchboard.
Milton Hotel. Just a moment, please. Now, what were you saying, Mr. Casey?
Well, we wanted to have a look at the call sheet, miss. You keep a record of all outgoing calls, don't you?
That's right. Are you from the telephone company?
No, not exactly. But, look, if you'll do this little job for us, we can get your picture in the paper.
He's got his camera and everything.
Yeah, here it is.
Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, just how many calls Mr. Prescott made from his room this afternoon between 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
4:30 and 5 o'clock.
That's it. Did he make any other calls besides the one to the Acme Insurance Company?
Between 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. According to the sheet, Mr. Prescott didn't use the phone at all during that time. Last call he made was at 4 o'clock.
Let me see that, will you?
Sure.
Casey, what's it mean?
It means we're dealing with a pretty slick murderer. That phone call Mr. Phillips got wasn't made from this hotel.
So?
What's more, Prescott didn't even make it. His voice was impersonated by somebody else's after the murder was committed.
Yes, but
Here, hold on to this sheet, Annie.
Okay.
We've got to get in touch with Logan right away. Operator, will you call headquarters, please? Hey, who turned off those lights?
I don't know, but somebody stepped into this room, Casey. I saw the door close just as... Oh, Casey, help me! Somebody grabbed the call sheet out of my hand. He's got the list of calls.
Don't worry, I've got him. Quick, turn on the lights while I hold him down.
I'll find the switch, Mr. Casey.
Now we'll see who murdered Travis Prescott.
Mr. Lane.
All right, Mr. Casey. I will try to get away. Go ahead and call the police.
Okay, Mr. Lane. So you killed your son-in-law?
Yes. I had every reason in the world for killing him. After the way he treated my daughter, he didn't deserve to live. I made up my mind to kill him when he tried to borrow money from me to meet his insurance policy. Policy that would only benefit that secretary.
After you shot Prescott, you went back to your apartment and called up Mr. Phillips, the insurance man. You impersonated your son-in-law's voice, and while Mr. Phillips was still on the wire, you fired a shot for him to hear over the phone.
Yes. I tried to make it look as if Prescott had died at 4:45. Because I was already at home at that time. With a perfect alibi.
When did you kill Prescott, Mr. Lane?
At exactly 25 minutes after 4.
That gave you a perfect alibi, all right. The only trouble is it gave everybody else one, too. Okay, Annie, call up Logan.
Back in the 1920s, the average grocery carried only a few hundred items. Today, big food markets sell literally thousands of different products, different grades, and different brands. If it weren't for glass containers, marketing would indeed be a very perplexing problem. But thanks to transparent glass, marketing is not only simple and easy, but it's also fascinating. For glass lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. It lets you decide immediately whether the product is what you want or not. Yes, the colorful array of gleaming glass-packed foods on your market shelves is exciting and stimulating. It makes shopping a pleasure. And when you're in a hurry, when you aren't sure what to buy, what brand, what quality, what size, play safe and buy foods packed in crystal clear sanitary Anchor glass containers, protected by tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Well, you see, Ethelbert, it was a perfect alibi.
I don't see how it's so perfect if the guy got caught.
Well, he wouldn't have been caught if it hadn't been for our man Casey.
Oh, I don't know about that, Annie. Logan was onto that call sheet long before I was. He had a photostatic copy of it the whole time.
Well, then why didn't he do something with it? If this Lane guy hadn't followed you to the hotel and made that pass in the dark, he'd have been a free man.
Oh, not necessarily. No, Logan was playing the whole thing cozy, letting it pass for suicide and keeping an eye on all the suspects all the time.
Well, if I ever commit a murder, I'm not going to make it fancy.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see what happened to this Lane guy. He should have known you can't commit a murder and make it look like suicide.
Why?
Because any man that commits a murder is committing suicide at the same time.
Crime Photographer, starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Deep. Tonight's episode was written by Robert Sloan. The original music was by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. If you are a young woman between the ages of 18 and 35, here's a way in which you can serve yourself and your nation. America needs student nurses to study for a high-paid professional career. Ask your local hospital for complete information. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder on Margin. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Murder on Margin, by Robert George Dean. The very intriguing story of the stocks of passion and the bonds of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in a room of a shabby hotel in Midtown Manhattan. A trim, slick-haired man is eyeing the blonde girl sitting near him on the sofa. He watches her carefully as she pours herself a drink.
You're hitting the bottle tonight, ain't you, Joan? That's the fourth one you've had.
So what?
Nothing. Only when you start guzzling like that, it's a cinch something's eaten.
I told you I was tired.
Okay, baby, okay. Come here.
Oh, please, Nick, don't.
Yeah, you are tired, ain't you?
Well, what do you expect? You know better than anyone else what a day I put in.
You've had tougher days.
Maybe I have. Maybe I'm just getting sick of being a manicurist.
Well, I can't blame you for that. I'm not crazy about being a barber, either. Don't.
What?
Maybe you'll be able to quit your job soon.
How?
You know Larry Carson, don't you?
Who?
Larry Carson, the stockbroker. You know, the guy in the brokerage house a couple of doors from us, huh?
Oh, yeah, I think I've done his nails.
Oh, sure you have, lots of times.
Well?
He's a smart trader. Knows the market inside out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been giving some tips to Tony, who cuts his hair. And Tony's made himself quite a bundle.
So what?
So I've been talking to Tony. He's going to pass them tips on to me.
Oh.
I'm going to start right away. Just as soon as Carson gets back.
Gets back?
Yeah. He told Tony today he was leaving town on a business trip. But he won't be gone long. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I think it's a swell idea, Nick.
You bet it is. Pretty soon I'll have some real dough and then... come here, baby.
Don't, Nick.
Just a little kiss, honey.
Don't.
Huh? Hey, you act like I'm poison or something. I said, come here.
And I said, let's go of my wrist. Let's go.
Hey, you got a bracelet on under your sleeve.
You're crazy.
Am I? Come on, let me see it.
No.
Let me see it.
Oh.
Just a minute, sweetheart. Okay.
Give me back that bracelet.
Shut up. Diamonds, huh? Are you dirty two-timing liar? Who's the guy? I asked you, who's the guy?
Larry Carson gave it to me.
Carson?
Yes, it doesn't mean anything, Nick. I swear I've been playing him for a sucker, that's all.
Playing him for a sucker?
Yeah, just getting all I could out of him for the two of us. No, Nick, don't!
For the two of us, huh? Come on, get up. Get up, I said. Don't. Are you all right?
Get out. Get out!
Okay. I'm going. So long, son.
Yes, Ruth?
It's rather late.
I'm quite aware of that.
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to turn in early.
Still the dutiful wife, eh? Well, I have some market reports I want to study.
Oh.
Answer that, will you?
Hello? Oh, yes. Just a minute. To you, Larry.
For me? Yes. Hello?
Hello, Larry. This is Joan Randall.
I thought I told you never to call this number.
I know what you told me, but I had to talk to you. Tried the other place and couldn't get you.
I see. All right, what do you want?
I heard you were taking a little trip tomorrow.
Yes?
I thought we had a date.
Sorry, I meant to call you about that before I left.
Oh, you meant to, huh?
Yes, it came up suddenly. It's just a routine business trip. I'll be back in a few days.
I don't like it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not. I've had the feeling for some time now that you wanted to brush me off.
What?
I want to warn you, Larry. Don't do it.
I shall do whatever I please.
Yeah? Well, get this through your head, Mr. Carson. You'll pay off or else. Hello? Did you hear me? I said you'll...
This one didn't write either.
Hilda.
It's convenient to have a wife, isn't it, Larry? It must sound convincing when you tell them I won't give you a divorce.
Yes, I guess it does.
Larry, when are you going to set me free?
Soon.
You've been saying that for months now. Carl and I want to be married, and I want a clean start. That's why I haven't begun any action myself.
Yes?
We don't want to wait any longer. I want a divorce now.
Very moving appeal, my dear. But I confess I don't understand it. You and Carl Hamill. Why, he's strictly a lightweight.
Is he? Then why did you ask him to be a partner in your firm?
Well, that's quite simple, Ruth. I needed some money. Now, I'm sorry I took him in.
So is Carl.
I don't doubt it.
Larry. I heard you mention something about a business that...
Well?
If you were to stay away a long time, it would delay my divorce.
That's quite an idea.
Yes. I've got another idea, too, Larry.
Oh? What is it?
I'm afraid I'd better keep this one to myself.
Oh, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yes, at least I hope so. I'd like to see Mr. Carson.
Well, Mr. Carson is a very busy man.
Oh, I know, Mr. Hamill. I've been waiting here outside his office since 10:15, and now it's 20 after.
Oh, I see. Well, I was just going in to see Mr. Carson myself. I'll tell him that you're here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Pat Barton.
Pat Barton? The private detective?
Oh, yes. I want to consult him about some stock.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I glance at the ticker?
No.
Thanks. Let's see. Commercial Solutions, 31.5. Say, that looks like a pretty good stock, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Might go up to 32.
Yes, Larry, I will. Oh, was that last order 29.25? Right. Oh, Mr. Barton?
Yes, Mr. Hamill.
I told Mr. Carson you were waiting. He'll see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, I'll just keep my eye on the ticker.
Fine. See you later.
Right. Let's see. Salt preferred, 20.25. Arrive.
All right, Mr. Barton. I think we can go in now.
Okay, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, Larry, this is... Well, that's funny. He isn't here.
You're wrong, Mr. Hamill. Look, on the floor near the desk.
Good Lord.
Someone put a rope around his neck and pulled it tight. Very tight.
I swear I don't know how you do it, Pat, but every time there's a murder, you're right in the middle of it.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Riley. It just happens. I don't arrange them.
No, huh? Well, the way you solve them sometimes makes me wonder. Okay, forget it. Let's take another look at the late Mr. Carson.
Okay.
Let's see. After he was strangled, he must have slipped to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But that would hardly account for his mussed-up appearance, though.
What do you mean?
Well, his shirt is half out, and his belt is twisted. Do you think that maybe he was just a sloppy dresser?
No, Lieutenant. You can see his suit was obviously just pressed. And look at the shine on his shoes.
Uh-huh.
I think the killer must have searched him.
For what? His wallet was still on him and nothing was missing from it.
Yes, but there wasn't much money in it. Did the medical examiner give you the time of death?
Yeah, probably between 10:15 and 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that tells you who the murderer is, huh?
Not quite, Lieutenant, but it helps.
Yeah, a lot. What gets me is how the killer got in and out. Now, there's Carson's private entrance leading to the hallway into the street, and that's locked.
Uh-huh.
And now, this door here to the main office, through which you entered. Now, you say that you were sitting right next to it from 9:45 on?
Yes, and the only one who entered was Carl Hamill.
I think I'll have a little talk with that guy. Mr. Hamill?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Would you mind stepping in here?
No.
Mr. Hamill, according to Mr. Barton here, you were the only one to enter this office.
Yes?
And that was about 20 after 10, a time when Carson might have been killed.
What do you mean? You know that he was alive when I left the office?
Do we?
Well, of course, Mr. Barton. But you were sitting right at the door when I came out. You heard me turn around and ask him about that last quotation.
Yes, I heard you, but I didn't hear him.
Huh? Oh, that's right. I remember now. He didn't answer me. He just nodded.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Hamill, excluding Mr. Carson, who had a key to the private entrance of this office?
Well, I believe Mrs. Carson had one.
Oh, she did, eh?
Yes, but surely you don't think that she had anything to do with it. Why, she couldn't...
Take it easy, Mr. Hamill. Pat.
Yes, Lieutenant?
One of my men reported that in the hallway leading from Carson's private entrance to the street is a door of a private club.
Oh.
Yes. Now, there's a doorman posted at that door from 9 o'clock on. He'll be able to tell us just who entered this office by way of that private entrance.
Oh, good. Well, I get...
Yeah, what's that? What is that?
It's a plot closet, Lieutenant.
Let me out.
Oh, there she is, behind the filing cabinet.
Oh.
Hey, give me a hand, will you? I can't seem to get out of here by myself.
All right. We'll just get this cabinet out of the way. There we are. Okay, come on out.
Yeah, sure.
Why, Miss Randall.
You know this girl, Mr. Hamill?
Why, yeah, she's the manicurist at a barber shop a few doors down the street.
Oh, okay, Miss Randall, talk.
Huh?
She seems to be pretty drunk, Lieutenant.
Yeah. What were you doing in that closet, sister?
Who wants to know?
I'm Lieutenant Riley of the police.
Police?
Yes. Take a look at the floor near the desk.
Oh, Barry's dead, huh?
Uh-huh. You ought to know.
Me? I didn't do it.
No? How'd you get in here?
I had a key. Larry gave it to me.
Oh.
The louse was going to run out on me. I wanted to have a little talk with him.
Uh-huh.
And I got here early, before 9. Didn't want anybody to spot me coming in. I hid behind the cabinet in the closet.
How come you're so boiled?
Well, I knew it'd be a long wait, so I took a flask along. I was nervous. And before I knew it, the flask was empty. And then I passed out.
Uh-huh. Miss Randall, there's a keyhole in that closet door. Did you see or hear anything that might help us?
No, not a thing.
I see. Okay, sister. I'm going to send you home to sober up. But don't get any idea that you're out of this mess. I'm going to check on you all the way. Pat.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get your hat. We'll start checking with the barber shop where she works. Were you Carson's barber, Nick?
No, Lieutenant. Tony took care of him.
Oh, well, where is this Tony?
Well, it's been raining all morning. We were slow, and Tony and the others ducked out. They're probably chewing the fat in a cafeteria down the street.
Uh-huh. You got a manicurist named Joan Randall?
Yeah. She didn't show up this morning.
I don't think she'll be in today, Nick.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Mr. Barton?
Why are you so nervous?
Well, Joan and me, we've been kind of going around together, and if anything's happened to her...
Well, nothing's happened to her yet.
But she's in quite a spot.
You see, we found her in Mr. Carson's closet.
Yeah?
She was pickled, Nick. Now, was that a habit of hers?
Well, when she's worried, she likes a couple of shots.
Uh-huh.
Nick, it seems that Joan and Mr. Carson were quite friendly. Did you know that?
Yeah, it didn't mean anything. He had a lot of dough, and, well, you know how it is.
Yes, we know.
You don't think she killed Carson, do you?
We're not sure, Nick. But if you ask me, you're going to need a new manicurist.
For me, Lieutenant, it is unbelievable. I simply refuse to believe it.
I know, Sergeant, I know. But Carson's dead. You got to help us.
Huh? Me help you? How?
What time were you at your post this morning?
What time? Why, 9 o'clock. In all my 23 years as doorman to this club, I arrive at 9 sharp. Not before, not later.
Uh-huh. And from your post, you can see anyone who enters the hallway to go to Mr. Carson's office.
Absolutely.
Sasha, do you know Joan Randall, the manicurist from the barber shop around the corner?
You mean the blonde Barish? Sure, I know her.
Did you see her enter the hallway this morning?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
She must have got here before 9, like she said.
Did you see anyone else, Sasha?
Yes, just one person.
Who was it?
It was Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson, eh? What time was that?
About 20 after 10.
And she went down the hallway to Mr. Carson's office?
Yes.
Did you see her go in?
No. The hallway turns to the left. You can't see the door.
He's right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Now, I want you to be very careful about this next one, Sasha. When did she come out?
I don't know.
Huh?
You see, a little while after she came in, I had to call a cab for a member.
Yeah?
I was outside for a couple of minutes.
In other words, she could have slipped out during that time.
Correct.
Oh,
Sasha, would it have been possible for anyone else to have entered while you were outside?
Oh, this could not happen. When I went out, I looked up and down the street. There was nobody near enough to sleep in.
Oh, I see. Well, Lieutenant, what's next on the menu?
A blue plate special. Mrs. Carson. Mrs. Carson, do you have any idea who might have murdered your husband?
No, Lieutenant.
I have.
Yes?
You, Mrs. Carson.
Me?
Yes.
Why, that's absurd. Utterly absurd.
For your information, you were seen going down the hallway to your husband's office.
What?
Oh, come, Mrs. Carson. The identification was positive. You were there, weren't you?
Yes, Mr. Barton. But I didn't see Larry.
Huh?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I went up to the door of the office, and then I stopped.
Why?
The transom was open. I heard Carl, Mr. Hamill, talking to Larry. I lost my nerve and left.
What do you mean you lost your nerve?
Well, I guess I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I guess you'd better.
I'd wanted a divorce from Larry for some time. Without going into it, I can assure you I had very good reasons.
Yes, we met one of them.
Never mind, Mrs. Carson. Go on, please.
Well, I met Carl Hamill, my husband's partner. We fell in love. I told Larry about it and asked him for a divorce so that Carl and I could be married.
Mm-hmm.
Larry kept putting me off. Then last night I learned that he was taking a trip out of town. He said he'd be gone for only a short time.
Yes?
I had the feeling that he was up to something. You see, he was very spiteful. I felt that he was going to stay away to delay my divorce. I made up my mind that he wasn't going to get away with it.
Uh-huh.
This morning, I set out for his office for a showdown. I took a gun along.
A gun, huh?
Yes, but when I stood outside Larry's door and heard Carl's voice, I realized how foolish I'd been. I knew that I could never kill Larry.
Uh-huh.
I turned around and went home.
Mrs. Carson, did you hear what Mr. Hamill and your husband were talking about?
Yes, they were discussing some stock quotations.
Did Hamill mention the quotation on murder?
What do you mean? You don't think that Carl... Oh, no. He didn't kill Larry.
Of course not. He didn't. You didn't. Nobody did. Only the guy is dead, and the commissioner wants to know why.
Hello?
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Carl. I was hoping that you'd all...
You heard about Larry?
Yes. The police have just left.
Oh.
Carl, I'm afraid we're in trouble.
What's the matter?
I did something terribly foolish. I went to Larry's office this morning.
What? But why did you...
Wait, I didn't see him. When I got to the door, I heard you talking to him.
Oh.
I heard you quarreling.
Did you tell the police about it?
No, I told them you were discussing stock quotations. Carl, is there anything you want to tell me?
Ruth, you don't think I killed him, do you?
No.
But, darling, you sound as if...
I love you, Carl. No matter what happened, remember that. I love you.
Good evening, Lieutenant. I made it as fast as I could. What's up?
I've got some more pieces for our puzzle.
You have?
Yes. Do you remember when we examined the corpse you thought the killer had searched him?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. And whoever it was made off with $100,000.
What?
I had a man go over the books at Carson's. There was $100,000 missing from the credit balances.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it looks like Carson was going to take it on the lam, you see? And he figured on traveling light to throw everyone off guard.
Yes, probably just an overnight bag and the money. From the appearance of his disarranged clothing, I'd say he had the cash in a money belt.
Uh-huh.
Did you speak to Hamill about this?
Yes, and he was quite upset. Not only over the loss of the dough, he said. He was worried about the effect on the firm's business.
Mm. Well, is there any way to trace that money?
No, and I haven't got the ghost of an idea who can... Wait a minute. Joan Randall. I've had the feeling that dame was holding something back.
You think she took it?
Either that or she knows who did. Come on, Pat. Let's get to her before she puts away another quart.
Maybe she's out, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pat, but not the way you mean. She's probably hit that bottle again. No, there's no use. The door's locked.
I have a key, Lieutenant.
Huh?
A key that opens a lot of doors.
Oh, well, go ahead. Make believe I'm not looking.
Okay.
There we are. Now, let's see. The light switch ought to be... There. Here. Well, I don't smell any liquor, so maybe... Holy smoke. She really is out. Look, for good.
Yes. Whoever stabbed her wasn't kidding. She must have been lying on the bed. Is that odd?
What is?
Well, apparently, after she was stabbed, she still had enough strength to reach down and clutch one of her shoes from under the bed.
Yeah, she probably rolled over and held on to whatever came into her hand.
No, Lieutenant. Shoes are usually placed together on the floor. And from the position of the one still there, it would have had to strain to get the shoe she's holding.
Yeah. Well, why do you think she grabbed it, Pat?
I think it was an attempt to tell us who murdered her.
Oh. Well, it's a woman's shoe. And the only other woman in the case is Mrs. Carson. Or maybe... Yeah. While I was talking to Hammond about that money, he told me he used to be a shoe manufacturer.
What?
Yeah. Well, I guess that does it.
I'm not sure.
Huh?
There's something that keeps buzzing at the back of my mind. Something that...
Of course.
Larry Carson's shoes.
Larry Carson's shoes?
Yes. Now, there's just one thing we ought to check, Lieutenant, and then I think you'll be able to wrap this case up. Better keep back out of sight, Lieutenant.
Okay, Pat. I just wanted to make sure that Sasha is still sitting on that park bench.
Oh, don't worry. I've got my eye on him every second.
Are you certain your plan will work?
I don't see how it can miss. A half hour ago, Sasha telephoned the killer. His message will force the murderer to meet Sasha here in the park.
I see. Then you expect another knifing job, huh?
Right. We'll have to be on our toes to prevent it. Wait, Lieutenant. I think we're getting a bite.
Hello, my friend. I was beginning to think you weren't coming. I thought maybe... Help!
Get him, Lieutenant. Get him.
Stop or I shoot!
Good shot, Lieutenant. Are you all right, Sasha?
Yes, Mr. Boss.
Good. Is he alive, Lieutenant?
Yeah, the bullet just creased his scalp. Okay, Nick, come on. Up on your feet. As a barber, you usually stand behind a chair. Well, now, we're going to let you sit in one.
Did Nick reveal where he hid the money, Lieutenant?
Yes, it was under the floor in his room.
Oh, good. It's nice of you to give me a lift home, Lieutenant.
Ah, that's all right, Pat. You deserve it. And Sasha, too.
It was nothing at all. Only don't ever ask me to do it again.
Don't worry, we won't. Say, Pat, how did you tumble to Nick anyway?
Well, there was the fact of the shoes, Carson's and Jones.
Uh-huh.
Carson's shoes were shined, and that was peculiar.
Why?
Well, since it rained all morning, his shoes should have been spotted.
Yeah, that's right.
But I failed to see the importance of that fact until Joan was killed. She died in the act of reaching for her shoe.
Uh-huh.
And then it hit me. Someone had shined Carson's shoes. Obviously, he wouldn't have done it himself, so the only other possibility was a shoe shine man.
Yeah, but where in the world...
Well, since there was no shoe shine man involved in this case, I turned to the only person who could have impersonated one.
Nick the barber.
Exactly. He was alone in his shop. Not only the barbers were gone, but also the shoe shine man.
I see. So Nick dressed up in the dark apron, carried the box, and got by.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How did he get into the Carson's office without Sasha seeing him?
But you know, Lieutenant, there are some men who are invisible.
Invisible?
Yes. That is, they're taken for granted. Nobody observes them. Like a mailman, for instance.
Oh.
Well, a shoe shine man visiting the offices in a business building is exactly the same. You pay no attention to him, so he loses his identity.
I see.
Of course, when I brought the point up with Sasha, he remembered.
Что такое? Я не знаю, что это.
What did you say, Sasha?
Never again. For the rest of my life will I get a shoe shine.
And And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Murder on Margin, based on a story by Robert George Dean. James Erthine did the radio adaptation, Roger Bauer produced, and Jock McGregor directed. Jack McBride played Lieutenant Riley, Julie Stevens was Joan, Helen Shields was Ruth Carson, Danny Ocko played Sasha, Ray Thompson was Pat, Joe DeSantis was Nick, and Sherling Oliver was heard as Carl Hamill. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello? I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a package that was wrapped up by death. It's called Murder Makes a Mummy. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What a night.
Markham, you took the words right out of my thoughts. What a night.
Glad you decided to come along with me, Vance.
Thanks for asking me. It isn't every private investigator who is taken out on a case by the district attorney.
You aren't every private investigator, Vance.
Oh, well, thank you, Markham.
Right now, I wish I were an Indian guide.
Oh?
I think this is the spot where I'm supposed to meet Weeping Willie. But I'll have to get out and make sure.
Weeping Willie. Gangster nicknames are very descriptive, aren't they?
Definitely, only Willie isn't a gangster. He's what the highly literate newspapers refer to as an informer. And the police call a stool pigeon.
Oh.
He insisted to me on the phone this afternoon that he knows who killed Al Laporte yesterday and would tell me if I met him here alone.
You're not very complimentary.
We meant I wasn't to bring Sergeant Heath or any policeman for that matter.
Uh-huh.
I can't tell you why because I don't know. I do know I don't relish going out in this rain.
There's supposed to be a shack of some kind out here?
So Willie said.
I'll use the spotlight on this side of the car. Perhaps I can pick it out. There we are. Not over in that direction.
No.
Not over. Oh, there it is, Markham. Yep. We're practically parked on the threshold.
Right. We'll make a run for it.
Ready?
Yes, let's go.
Come on, Markham.
Let's go, man. Did you get very wet, Vance?
Not too. Let's go in and see your friend, Weeping Willie, Markham.
Good enough.
Of course, if he does know who killed Al Laporte yesterday, this trip will have been worthwhile.
No question about that. Laporte was in a racket, slot machines, but he was murdered. Wonder why Willie doesn't answer.
Suppose we find out. Markham.
Yes, I see the body, Vance. A knife in his back. That's Willie, all right. He had an appointment with us, but somebody got to him first.
Somebody and something named murder.
Slug me, Sam.
I beg your pardon, boss.
I said slug me. Give me a slug. I want to play this slot machine.
Well, that's different. I gathered quite a different meaning at first.
You and your gathering. If you didn't know so many words, you wouldn't find it so tough to understand the ones I use. Give me a slug.
Certainly, sir. Here you are.
Plum. Apple. Lemon. Good. Good.
Yes, it should be good. I fixed the machine myself.
That's okay, Sam. You did good.
Thank you.
Almost as good as I did with Weeping Willie up in his shack.
Yes, I'd say that was quite an achievement, Dave.
You would say. So if you'd say it, say it. What are you waiting for, to sing your prom? Slug me.
You want another slug?
You and your education. Yeah, I want another slug. Did I say that plain enough?
Yes, Dave, you did. You did. Here you are. But may I ask what you're trying to do?
May I ask? May I ask? You asked, didn't you? I'm testing this slot machine. If it works like you say, and if the other's a gimmick as good as this one, we go in business tomorrow.
Yep, with no competition and nobody to identify us.
No competition because I knocked off Al Laporte yesterday.
Number one.
And nobody to finger us because I took care of Weeping Willie tonight.
Two.
You know, you got words, but I got ideas.
So?
When the cops find that knife in Willie, how they going to be surprised? Give me the slug, will you? How many times do I have to ask?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Well, what's the surprise the police are going to get?
I like you. You'll be surprised, too, when you find out. Let's see. Bar.
The jackpot.
Why, you stupid... Gimmick the machine, did you?
Oh, wait a
minute. All right, get up. I didn't hurt you. Just catch up a little. Go on, get up. Use some of them words of yours to help you.
I don't think you should have done that, Dave.
No, you don't.
No.
I put 2 slugs in a machine, and right away it pays off. How long do you think we'd be in business if you don't gimmick it better than that? Now fix this machine. Fix all the machines in the back by tonight. Fix them so they don't pay off better than 10%, or I'll fix you. For good.
How bad does it hurt, Sam?
Oh, not too bad, Millie.
There.
Whatever you put on the cuts took most of the pain away.
Oh, I'm glad. Now tell me what happened. Why'd the boss clip you, Sam? Tell me.
Well, I fixed one of his slot machines.
Yeah?
He tried it out, but I guess I didn't file down the notches on the last bar far enough. It caught, and the 3 bars came up.
Oh, the jackpot.
Yes, the boss hit the jackpot and my jaw practically at the same time.
Oh.
He hits very hard, Millie. That ring he wears doesn't help any.
Yes, I know. Dave hits very hard, and that ring he wears cuts. That's why he wears it. But he shouldn't have hit you.
Yes, I was thinking that, too.
Yeah.
Millie, how long have you been with Dave?
Been with him?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard to say. I guess I've hung around him for 10, maybe 15 years. It just seems like always. What's the difference? How many years make up always?
Are you still fond of him?
Yeah.
Well, I know he hits you. I've seen him. You can't still be fond of him.
What are you driving at, kid?
Well, he shouldn't have hit me, Millie. I don't think he knows that, and I think I'm going to convince him. Hand me that telephone.
Who are you going to call?
The district attorney.
Good boy. Wait a minute. I'll look up the number for you. Here's the book.
Oh, thank you, Millie. Thank you. He shouldn't have hit me. I wouldn't do this if he hadn't hit me, Millie. You know that.
Yeah, I got the number. I'll get it for you. Well, you're doing the right thing, Sam. Believe me, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to him when you get him.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello? Is the district attorney there?
The district attorney? What are you talking about?
Well, when do you expect him?
Hey, look, this is Millie, ain't it?
Yes.
What's all this about the DA?
Somebody here wants to talk to the district attorney.
Oh, I get it. Sam, huh?
Yes, that's right.
I get it. Look, you tell him the DA ain't in. Tell him not to call on the DA. Don't tell him the district attorney is coming to call on him.
You see, Vance, there are certain cases that are out-and-out police cases, and I think these 2 murders belong in that category.
I think I follow you, Markham. Al Laporte was a gangster. He was killed by another gangster. Weeping Willie was about to tell you the name of the killer, and he was murdered to prevent that.
Exactly. Carrying this thing a little further, there was a knife in Willie's back. That knife had fingerprints on it. A pretty clear set of fingerprints. They're being checked right now in our files, and in a moment we'll know who held the knife that killed Willie.
That suits me fine if we do, Markham.
There's doubt in your mind?
There's always doubt in my mind.
Allow me to dispel that practically immediately. Hello, Kenton.
Oh, hi, D.A. Hello, Vance. Here, come in.
After you, Vance.
Thank you.
Kenton, have you checked the fingerprints we found on the knife that killed Weeping Willie?
Yes, D.A., we did. The prints are very clear.
You see, Vance, that's the cycle I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm.
We're sure that Willie knew who killed Al Laporte, was going to tell us who killed Laporte when he was slain.
D.A., you're sure that Laporte is dead?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Well, of course I'm sure. I identified his body myself while I was at the morgue.
Just wanted to know, that's all.
Why, Kenton?
Well, this is going to sound a little silly, but the fingerprints on the knife that killed Weeping Willie belonged to Al Laporte, who had been dead 24 hours at the time Willie was murdered.
You want something, Sam?
Oh, no, thank you, Millie. These cuts don't look very pretty, but I'll just dry my face and go out for a walk. Are you sure the district attorney's office said he'd call back when he came in?
Well, that's what they told me. Oh, that's a nice tie, Sam.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a little bit loose. Let me fix it.
Yeah, certainly. Right ahead.
I like to fix ties.
Yeah, right.
There we are. That's better.
Well, thank you, Millie.
You're awful polite. I sure wish you were a big shot. I'd like to go for you. Somehow it's only the big shot I can go for, the guy on top.
Well, that's not so very unusual. Many people have just...
Oh, who's home?
Well, hello, Dave.
Hello, boss. We didn't expect you to drop around.
I know that.
Well, how are the rest of those slot machines I fixed? Are they all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Sam, I hear you and the DA are real pals. That right?
Of course not.
I hear different. You know what I do to guys that cross me, Sam?
Huh? Well, what is all this?
Very simple, Sam. Funny me having to tell you what's simple. You and all those words, you know. But it still is simple. And what's so simple is that I can't let you go talking about me to any district attorney.
Millie, you told him.
Sure. What do you expect?
Now, wait a minute, boss. I wasn't
Millie told me, and Millie don't lie to me.
No, keep away from me. I was only fooling. I didn't mean to.
You'll never tell anybody anything about me. Ever.
Did you kill him, Dave? Did you kill him?
Sure. He begged for it, didn't he? He tried to cross me. Nobody crosses me, Millie. Ever. Maybe you should remember that.
Oh, don't worry about me, Dave. I'll never cross you as long as you stay on top. I'll be right at your side.
I'm sorry, Markham, only this is such an absurd theory of mine, I'd rather not discuss it further until we get to the morgue.
We'll be there very shortly. What do you expect to find when we get there?
The dead morgue keeper.
What?
That's right.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. This is a little ridiculous.
I know, but so is the finding of a dead man's fingerprints on the knife that killed Weeping Willie. This is a possible explanation.
If the morgue keeper is dead, too, that's a possible explanation? Not for me.
Let's wait until we get there and find whether I'm right or not.
You don't have to wait any longer. Here we are. Oh, there's Kenton of the homicide department outside the morgue door. Just a minute, Vance. Roll down your window, would you please?
Certainly.
Kenton? Kenton?
Hello there. Oh, hello, Vance. It's Markham.
Hello, Kenton. We just dropped...
I see you got the news, huh, D.A.? We've been trying to reach you.
Mr. Markham hasn't been in his office. He's been with me.
What news are you talking about? We came down to talk to the morgue keeper.
Can do that all right.
Well, I'm glad of that. That rather explodes your theory, Vance, doesn't it?
I told you it was a pretty far-fetched idea I had.
Yes, I know. The morgue keeper's in there, then, eh, Kenton?
Oh, definitely. And it's perfectly all right for you to talk to him.
Good.
But if he answers you, that's news. He's been murdered.
Murdered?
He's as dead as any guy we ever had in that joint of his.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case we started on has become 3 murder cases. But Philo Vance and I are sure all are related, and all were done by the same person. Our morgue keeper is the latest murder victim, and Vance insists that his death explains how a dead man's fingerprints were on the knife that killed Weeping Willie, the stool pigeon, although he doesn't say how it does. Meanwhile, the murderer might be anyone, and he might be anyone.
How do you do, sir? What can I do for you? Something I can show you? Stationery or perhaps a box of candy?
Nice place you have here.
Yes, it is. Perhaps you'd like to see some greeting cards now.
I'd like to see the back room. What's in it?
The back room?
Yeah, the back room. You're going to have to keep the machines in the back room for a while.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about slot machines.
I don't have any.
I'm putting 2 slot machines in the back room of your store.
But
They'll bring customers in. They'll keep them here. They play the machine. It pays off 10% of what's put in.
But
you and I split the profit.
Crooked slot machines? I won't have crooked slot machines in my store.
Maybe you'd rather have a crooked nose.
No,
I could break yours with 1 crack. The machines will be moved in this afternoon.
But
anything goes wrong with them, there's a card telling where you can phone me so I can send a guy over to fix them. That okay with you?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't... You're hurting me.
Come on, I ain't got all day. Is it okay with you, or do I really go to work on you? Now make up your mind.
What time this afternoon will the machines be yet?
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham.
Well, hello.
Vance, we've got another one.
Murder?
Yes, that makes 4. And don't tell me you anticipated this one.
On the contrary. But I imagine it's tied up with our case.
We're pretty sure. It's a gangster named Sam. Excellent mechanic, as I understand it, and a slot machine expert.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been choked to death, and we found the body in an empty lot where it had obviously been thrown.
Oh?
There were marks on his face, Vance. He'd apparently been beaten up about 24 hours before his death. And whoever did the beating up wore a ring that did a lot of cutting.
No idea as to who did it.
None. Any more than I have an idea how Al Laporte could have gotten off his slab in the morgue to kill Weeping Willie.
He didn't, of course. I'll explain that some other time. Right now, I'm interested in grabbing our killer.
Good.
This is getting to be an epidemic.
I know. Oh, I can give you one little help, I think.
What's that?
I mentioned that this Sam was a slot machine expert.
Yes, you did.
Well, we had a call from a shopkeeper on Market Street who says that he's being forced to put in a couple of crooked slot machines this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to send a man down there to protect him.
No, Markham, don't do that. He's in no danger. I want to go down there. I have an idea how I can make a slot machine really pay off.
The man will be here any minute, sir. Any minute, I'm
Hey,
sure.
better. I come in here, I play this slot machine, I hit the jackpot, and what happens? Nothing comes out.
Yes, I know. I explained that to the man on the telephone. I'm awfully sorry about this. You see, I've only had these machines in this place for an hour or so, and I don't know very much about them.
Well, whoever that guy is you sent for, he'd better get here right away.
Oh, he will, I think.
It's tough enough to hit the jackpot on a thing like this.
Yes.
And then after I hit it, it don't pay off.
Well, I'm sure
What kind of a racket are you running?
No, I'm sorry. I assure you, everything will be taken care of.
All right, I'm here. What's the bait?
This gentleman here was playing the machine. He hit the jackpot, but nothing came out. And he said he'd go to the police.
Oh, he did, huh? Okay, you get outside, take care of your store. Leave me in the back room here with this guy.
Yes, I will. You understand why I called?
Yeah, I understand. I'll beat it. All right, you, what goes on?
Take a look. The 3 bars are where they should be. That means the jackpot. Nothing came out.
Well, the machine's in here now, and the sucker hits the jackpot. That's him.
What?
Who's talking to you?
Well, I don't see anybody else in here.
Keep looking. Ah, the machine here's probably stuck. I'll whack it a couple of times, it'll spill. There you are. Thing was jammed up, that's all. This matchbox was stuck in a payoff slot. The coins couldn't come down.
Pretty good way of making sure the machine doesn't pay off.
Look, you got your dough. It's there on the floor, now pick it up and beat it. Now keep playing.
You pick it up.
What did you say?
You pick it up. It's your machine. Go on before I get tough.
You're going to get tough. And you were going to the cops before, weren't you? Well, little man, you're for me.
That's what you...
A little rugged, ain't you? Yeah. Sleep tight, tough guy.
What happened here? What did you do with that man?
I just knocked him around a little. He'll be okay. Drag him out in the street. When he wakes up, he'll get lost.
But his face, it's all cut up.
Little old Betsy did that. My ring. Girlfriend of mine named Millie gave it to me. Now, look. Straighten out this room after you bounce that bum out of here. No good to have a joint looking so sloppy. It's bad for business.
You sure those cuts on your face don't really bother you, Vance?
Oh, not at all, Markham. They're serving a very good cause, I hope.
I hope so, too. They look to me exactly like the cuts on the face of that dead machine expert, Sam, remember?
Yes, I do. And I was especially careful to be beaten up by the character who came to investigate the slot machine after I fixed the back of the machine so it would hit the jackpot and then jammed the payoff slot.
The pictures we took of your face will be ready any second.
Good.
Kenton's bringing them in along with the pictures we took of Sam's face. Now, if the cuts are similar...
Whoever beat me up beat Sam up, and in all probability later killed him.
Right.
And if he killed Sam, he killed the other 3, too, Markham. It all ties up in my mind. I know the motivation, everything.
Hi.
Hello, Kenton. Come in. I see you have the photographs.
Yeah, here they are. Take a look.
Let me see them, Markham.
Yes, here they are.
I'm not very handsome, am I?
Who can tell? Those cuts ain't pretty, I'll tell you that.
Kent, and those cuts are beautiful.
They most certainly are. They're almost identical with the ones on the picture of Sam. Vance, Sam's killer beat you up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send Sergeant Heath out to pick him up. We can get him through the storekeeper. He has the phone number.
Markham, my friend, do me a favor.
Yes?
Let Sergeant Heath stay wherever he is.
What do you mean?
I want to go to see this particular individual myself. He did a pretty good job on my face when he called on me at the shop. I want to repay that call and the job he did on my face.
I tell you, Millie, you should have been there. You just should have been there.
How many times did you hit him?
How do I know how many times? A lot. I clipped him, he comes back for more. I clip him again. Back he comes. But he wound up like all of them do, on the floor.
You're my kind of guy, Dave. You really clipped him, didn't you?
I guarantee. Don't think I was petting him. You know, Millie,
Are you expecting anyone, Dave?
the guys that deliver the rest of the slot machine. A little early, but that means they work faster. Who's complaining? Come on in, fellas. Oh, sure.
Undoubtedly.
Well, you like what you got in the shop? Come down here for a little more, huh? Happy to oblige you.
Dave, is this the guy? Is this the one?
Look at his face, can't you tell?
Oh, sure, Dave. I can tell.
Now, suppose both of you listen.
Great.
First of all, I want you to know who I am.
Well, does it matter?
I think so. My name is Philo Vance.
Oh, you're Vance, huh? Sorry I didn't know that back in the shop. I'd have really worked you over.
I'm going to give you another chance.
Thanks.
Well, Dave, be careful of this guy.
I'm going to...
Wait just a moment. I'm going to give you a real reason for taking me apart.
Okay, I'll wait.
First of all, I know you killed Al Laporte because Al had the slot machine racket sewed up.
Listen to the man talk.
Then you killed Weeping Willie because he was going to tell the district attorney that you killed Laporte. You did a cute knife trick with Willie, then had to kill the morgue keeper.
Yeah?
You had a Confederate named Sam. He was a slot machine expert. You probably had a run-in with him. That's the reason he's dead.
You know, Vance, you sound very convincing. If I didn't know better, I'd begin to believe what you're saying.
He's accusing you of being a murderer, Dave. You can't do that. You're not going to let him, are you?
You can say that again.
Please don't. She said it already. Now, friend Dave, what are you waiting for?
No, not a thing. A thing. A thing. A thing. A thing.
Oh, you got him down, Davey. Break a chair over his head.
That's just what I'm going to do.
All right, my head's very sensitive.
Look at Dave. You knocked him out, Vance.
Yes, I imagine I did.
You were right. You figured everything right, and you knocked him out. Nobody ever knocked out Big Dave before.
He's had it coming for a long time.
You beat him, Vance. Nobody could beat Dave. He beat everybody. I don't understand it. You hurt him.
Yes, I imagine so. You said before I was right. You know he killed Laporte and the others.
Certainly I know it. I even watched him kill Sam. But you beat Dave. Nobody ever did that before.
You'd tell the district attorney about Dave?
Sure, I'd tell him. Why shouldn't I tell him? Dave ain't the big man anymore. You're the big man, Vance. You beat him. Sure, I'll tell the DA anything you want.
Thank you. I imagine Markham will be very interested in what you have to say. And I'm quite sure he's also going to want to hear how that dead Laporte's fingerprints were on the knife that killed Weeping Willie.
The man who asked the questions is out, Vance. I intend to sit back and be told, and I've waited long enough.
Yes, you have, Markham. But it was worth waiting for, wasn't it?
Certainly. Millie's knowledge of Big Dave's criminal activities are all we needed. But how did you get her to talk?
That's a long story.
Well, let's have it.
Well, Millie was on Dave's side as long as he was a big man. When I knocked him out, the one thing she worshipped in the man was gone.
Uh-huh.
But right now, you're interested in the Laporte fingerprints, aren't you?
I most certainly am. Al Laporte was dead when Weeping Willie was stabbed. And Laporte's fingerprints were the only ones on the knife. Come on, Vance. Stop holding back.
All right. Here's what happened.
Go ahead.
Big Dave went to the morgue on some pretext or other after deciding to kill Willie. He had with him a knife.
Yes.
When he got to the morgue, he asked the keeper if he could see Al Laporte's body.
The keeper let him. He took out the knife, pressed the dead Laporte's fingerprints on the handle, wrapped the knife in a handkerchief, and left.
Exactly. Later, he stabbed Willie, still using the handkerchief, and left the knife to confuse us. He then realized that the morgue keeper could identify him if we figured what happened. And so he returned to kill him, too.
The rest I know.
Yes.
Well, this was quite a case, wasn't it, Vance? 4 murders all over slot machines with only one killer. At least he's in the middle of our net.
And Markham, as long as he's in the middle, we're at the end of the Jackpot murder case.
Calling all detectives. When I kept an appointment in a hotel lobby, I didn't realize it was an appointment with death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, never knows where he's headed. Why, I once even made a date with death. It was 3 o'clock of a Saturday afternoon when I walked into the lobby of the Wingate Hotel. The reason I was at the Wingate was because I had a date with Joey Greer. Joey called himself a salesman, and what he sold was underworld information. That's why Joey made appointments for crowded public places, because there was safety in numbers. Joey'd offered me the lowdown on the brains behind a big hot money ring. The man who strolled over to me was Frank McGloon, the house detective. Until you came in, Jerry, it was a nice, quiet week. Do me a favor. Don't start nothing in here. Oh, me? I'm waiting for a friend, McGloon. Yeah, sure you are. Jerry, if I'd have studied my lessons when I was a kid, I would be a gent like them monkeys over there, instead of a gumshoe like you and me. McGloon indicated a group of distinguished-looking men. I recognized 2 of them as Carter James and Harvey Paulson of the university faculty. Just then, a short man joined the group. That's Stuart Jackson, the new history prof. They're lunching him in the gold room. Boy, that's the life. Too mild for guys like us, McGloon. I glanced at my wristwatch. Got stood up, huh? Goodbye now. I'm not leaving, just have to make a phone call. I pushed open the phone booth door and didn't have to make the call. Because there was Joey Greer, slumped on the floor of the booth, stabbed in the back. I rolled him over, and from his hand fell a scrap of paper with some numbers scrawled on it. There'd never be safety in numbers for Joey again, because he was very dead. A man who promised to sell me some information about a hot money ring was murdered, and in his hand I found some numbers scrawled on a scrap of paper. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide put his feet up on his desk.
Joey was asking to be killed. He knew too much, Jerry.
Sure, but where's the knife, Dawson? And what about those numbers on the paper?
The knife will turn up, and the numbers, probably track entries or odds. Joey must have been calling his bookie when he got it in the bank.
Joey didn't play the horses. Dawson shrugged.
Okay, you figure it out. You're good at figures.
Back at my office, I brooded over that scrap of paper. There were 3 sets of 4-digit numbers written one below the other in a column. They read 1815-1066-1492. They could add up to anything: phone numbers, street addresses, or Joey's profits on payoffs. I tried the phone number routine first, coupled each of the numbers with every telephone exchange from Alhambra to Zenith. It took 4 hours and got me nothing but a sore arm and a big phone bill. I thought of working with street addresses, but we've got over 1,000 streets in town. Joey wouldn't leave me an impossible clue like that. About 7 p.m. that evening, I finally gave up. drove to the home of John Manfred, head of the District Banking Association. Mr. Manfred, I need advice. Look, I showed him the numbers, told him my story. Well, this can't be a list of bills, Jerry. Money numbers run into 8 digits, and they're always preceded and followed by a series letter. However, let me copy the numbers. I'll work on them tonight, and you meet me at my office first thing in the morning. The banker's hours, in spite of what you may have heard, start awful early. At 8:15, John Manfred and I were at work covering sheets of paper with possible combinations. Suddenly, that time element gave me an idea. And look, Mr. Manfred, could these figures possibly be dates or hours, like 10/6/6 being October 6th at 6 o'clock? Possibly. You explore that angle. I'll check to see whether the numbers represent amounts deposited by Greer in any banks. Well, what we got for our double effort was nothing. Police blotters showed that October 6th had been an extremely quiet day. And as for Joey Greer's deposits, he had an account with the Fourth National, but it was singularly inactive. No deposits, no withdrawals since the 4th of last August. And that was that. So I tried the most fantastic way I could think of. I called on Professor Sorokin, numerologist.
Very simple. We totalled the column. We arrive at the sum 4,373. Now we add these digits horizontally. Oh, yes, comes up the mystic number 17. Add these and we get the highly significant numeral 8. 8 means wait. When were you born, Mr. Browning?
I grabbed the column of figures from the professor. Skip it, I'm in no mood for razzmatazz. Professor Sorokin was offended.
Mr. Browning, please, you haven't let me finish. The number 8 is most significant. Think of its role in civilization. It was the 8th King of England, Henry, who achieved great things for his nation, over and above his amazing marital record. It was the 8th President of the United States, Martin Van Buren, who put the treasury of this country on a firm foundation. Mr. Browning, where are you going?
Now I knew where I could get help. That word history had rung a bell in my brain. I remembered a verse we'd all chanted as kids. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. 1492 was one of the numbers, and I was catching on fast to the other two. I saw Stuart Jackson between classes at the university. Mr. Jackson, you've been pointed out to me as a history expert. I would like you to confirm something for the police files. Jackson took a look at the numbers, and his face went white.
You can prove nothing. None of these towns link up to me. My record is clear.
I blinked. And then, because I know a guilty guy when I see one, it's no use, Jackson. We found the knife with your fingerprints on it. He wilted fast after that, admitted he was the brains of the hot money ring, and that he killed Joey Greer to keep him from revealing that fact. But he didn't count on Joey's kind of mind. Joey knew he was dying and scrawled a simple code. 1066, the Battle of Hastings. Everybody knows that one. 1815, the Battle of Waterloo. 1492, Columbus. What did it spell out? The names of cities. Hastings, Nebraska, Waterloo, Iowa, Columbus, Ohio. The 3 cities in which the hot money ring shuffled stolen currency around. After Jackson's confession, federal agents rounded up the whole gang. But it's a funny thing. We never did find the murder weapon, the knife Jackson said he hid in a potted palm in the hotel lobby. I suppose a souvenir hound got it. They'll take anything. But by then, we didn't need it for a conviction. Like I said, when a criminal makes a date with death for somebody else, he generally makes one for himself as well.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney
not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney learns that in every man's mind there's a secret compartment. It can be the hiding place for guilt or for fear. And fear is a deadly enemy of justice. Take this case. It started at 1 o'clock in the morning in the shadows of a waterfront pier.
All right, start it up.
Where'd you get this heap from, Crow?
That's my business. Look, Slater, you just drive. Let me do the thinking.
You do the thinking, I do the dirty work. Is that it?
You want to keep working, Slater? You want a brass check of tomorrow's shape up?
All right, all right.
If Rimlinger isn't straightened out, I'm going to be finished. And no stumble-bumble like him is going to finish any crew. All right, turn down River Street. You'll be leaving the pier in 2 minutes.
Suppose somebody sees us, Crow.
Who's going to see us? He's the only longshoreman I got working on that dock tonight. He'll be coming out alone. Get him in the middle of the street. It's nice and wide. You'll have nothing to duck behind. Better slow down a little. Now be careful on this stretch.
Hey, this thing's sliding all over.
Why do you think I told you to slow down? Oil truck turned over here last night. They put sand and gravel on it, but it's still slippery. Watch it now. Pier 37 just past the ferry shed.
There's people in that ferry shed, Crow.
They're not close enough to bother us. Watch the street.
Hey, there he is now.
Let him walk further into the street. Now, gun it.
He stopped, Crow.
He let you go by. Perfect. Cut into him. Keep going.
Think we got him?
We knocked him 100 feet later.
But the front of the car's all smashed.
So what? I'll give the kid $100 to have it fixed. That's getting rid of Rimlinger pretty cheap. And the newspapers ain't going to try to pin this one on any crow. I can see the headlines now. Longshoreman killed in hit-and-run accident.
Chief in his office, Miss Miller?
He's waiting for you here and can go right in.
Hi, Chief. How'd you make out? Lab identified the hot rod we found at the Midtown garage. It's the one, all right. Any line on the owner? Yep. We picked him up. A newsboy, 16 years old. Name's Jimmy Leonard. I got him down to the detention room now. You want to see him? Yes. I'll be down in the detention room, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
What's the boy's background, Hank?
He lives with his father. Cold water walk up on the east side. No trouble with the police before. As a matter of fact...
What?
He peddles his papers near the 9th Precinct house, Chief. Every cop in the place swears by him. They don't think he'd do a thing like this.
It's his car, isn't it?
Yeah. He keeps it in a public garage near the paper. Says when he went in this morning, a fender and a headlight was smashed up. We picked him up when he took it to a body shop to have it fixed. Four, please. This Leonard kid's hot rod isn't the only one in town, Chief. Half the kids who peddle papers own cars just like it.
But not with a smashed fender.
Now somebody might have backed into it in the garage. Kid says he didn't drive it last night. And I believe him.
Sure you're not being influenced by the opinions of the men in the 9th Precinct?
Yeah, it takes somebody pretty cold-blooded to run a man down and then beat it without stopping to help. And this kid, he just isn't cold-blooded.
16-year-olds can do a lot of foolish things when they're frightened. Oh, here we are.
Mike. Open up for Mr. Garrett.
Thanks, Mike. Jimmy Leonard?
Yes, sir.
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney, Jimmy.
He'll help you if he can, boy. Just be honest with him.
I'd like to know where you were last night.
I already told him. I was home. Your father says you weren't. Maybe he didn't hear me come in. He was sleeping. I guess I got up this morning before he was awake.
Mm-hmm. The man who was killed was struck down just after 1 a.m. Can you tell us where you were then?
No.
If you're hiding something to protect yourself, son, you're being very foolish. If you're trying to cover up for somebody else, you're being even more foolish.
I don't want to say no more, that's all. I just can't tell you. Why don't you go away? Why don't you leave me alone? Your father says you weren't home all night. Not since you left to sell papers yesterday afternoon.
Jimmy, did you ever lend your car to anybody? Is anyone else in the habit of using it? Anybody who might have a duplicate of the ignition key?
No. I was the only one who ever drove it. Only assembled the car a month ago.
You made it yourself?
Yeah, a bunch of us made them. We all chipped in and bought parts so we could get them, wholesale.
Mm-hmm. Any of the other newsies keep their car in the same garage? Right near the paper?
Yeah. Rembrandt, I don't know his real name. You guys call him Rembrandt because he goes to an art school at night. And Frankie Cutter. They're the only ones.
Is that all you can tell us?
Yeah.
It's no use, Harrington. Come on.
Lock him in, Mike.
Let's go down and get a car.
Where to?
I want to talk to the other newsies who keep their hot rods at the Midtown garage.
Well, that kid they called Rembrandt was no help, Chief.
No, it wasn't. But I still want to see that other newsboy, Frankie Cutter. Did you find out where his stand is?
Yeah, 12th and Madison, but he won't be there.
Well, why not?
He works the corner nights. Somebody else has it for daytime. He lives over this way in Tenement Grove, a couple of blocks from the Rimlinger place. I'm going to see Rimlinger's wife sooner or later. Maybe I better go over there while you're talking to Cutter.
Oh, give me the address.
Yeah, it's written down here. Ground floor flat. Should be the next street to the right. Working nights, he'll probably be sleeping.
Drop me at the corner. Sorry to wake you up, Frankie.
Those kids in the street wake everybody up anyhow. So Jimmy Leonard's in kind of a jam, huh?
A bad jam, Frankie. I understand you've got a car just like his.
Sure. Bunch of us got them. We all made them together.
You garage them in the same place, too.
Gotta keep them someplace. What a racket. $8 a month garage rent. I could leave it in the street and save the dough, but the cops keep slapping tickets on it.
These your keys on the dresser?
Yeah.
You sure a pair of dice, too?
Oh, yeah. I must have left them out without thinking. Shove them in the top drawer for me, will you? Thanks. My old lady spotted those. She'd scream like an eagle.
Frankie, did you happen to see Jimmy Leonard anyplace last night?
No. Why? Did he stay out there?
No. And where was your car during the night? Last night while you were working, I mean. Was it in the garage?
Where else?
Is it there now?
Of course it's there now. Rembrandt's, too.
Well, thank you, Frankie. That's all I want to know for now.
You don't have to go through the kitchen. Other door leads right into the hallway. This is supposed to be a parlor. Some laugh, huh? A parlor in this rat trap.
Thanks.
Well, why don't you stick around for a few minutes? You being the DA got the old lady all excited. She went out to get some breakfast rolls. She'll fix some coffee or something.
I'm afraid not, Frankie. Well, thank your mother for me. Tell her some other time.
You're the boss. So long.
So long, Frankie. Oh, hi. Didn't think you'd be back so soon. How did Rimlinger's wife take it?
Hard. A couple of neighbors with her now. Well, she'll be all right, I guess, if she isn't left alone. 2 cute kids. Oh, I'd like to stop by the precinct house.
All right.
The Rimlingers need some help from the police front. He left no insurance, nothing. And he gets killed coming home from work last night. The first work he's had in 3 months.
3 months? Longshoreman should be busier than that. Plenty of shipping.
Yeah, I know. But his wife said he'd had some kind of a beef with the hiring boss, something like that. Anyhow, he was laid off for quite a while, until yesterday. The local union had a meeting yesterday afternoon, and he was elected delegate. I guess that helped him to get working again.
Yes, it did. For one night. Harrington, I want you to check the license plates on Jimmy Leonard's car. Compare them with registration. Make sure the motor number is right.
What?
Rembrandt and Frankie Cutter have cars exactly like Jimmy's. One of them might have switched parking stalls and license plates. I want to make certain that Jimmy's car is Jimmy's car.
His key fit the damaged car, Chief. He drove it out to a repair shop. Well, it can always tell its own car, even from others like it. You know that.
No, I don't, Harrington. As a matter of fact, at this point, I'm beginning to wonder whether we can tell a case of hit-and-run manslaughter from murder. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the hot rod killing, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A longshoreman had been killed by a hit-and-run hot rod driver. The car had been located, but the 16-year-old owner would neither admit guilt nor speak in his own defense. While Harrington was continuing to check on the death car, I went to see the boy's father.
I told him 100 times if I told him once that car'd get him into trouble.
Now, where is he?
Behind bars. If I get my hands on him, I'll break his neck.
You're talking about your own son, Mr. Leonard. What kind of a father are you?
The kind of a father he should have listened to. I've been too easy with him. Just like his mother was. Blood will tell. That's what she'd do, too. Kill a man and run. Never had the guts to face anything.
He's a 16-year-old boy, Mr. Leonard. He's alone, and he's frightened. He may go to the reformatory for 5 years. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No. I never should have kept him. She wanted him. She couldn't get him. Not when I got finished with that divorce court.
You mean you divorced your wife, and you got custody of the boy?
Yes. I was too smart for it.
You took him away from his mother?
I did everything for him. Tried to make something out of him.
How could anything like that happen in the name of justice?
What do you mean by that, Crack?
You never wanted that boy.
I took care of him. Made a home for him.
You took him so you could do just what you have done. You took him so you could punish him. So you could use him to revenge yourself on his mother. So you could ruin both their lives and separate them for your own satisfaction, to appease your petty vanity, for whatever you think your wife did to you.
Get out of here. You're not going to talk to me like that in my own house, even if you are the district attorney. Go on, get out. When you see that son of mine, tell him I hope they keep him in jail forever. Tell him I hope he rots there.
He'll never rot the way he might have rotted here. If your boy is guilty, I know who should really go on trial. A reformatory won't hurt him. Compared to the home you've given him, his life there will be a paradise.
Yeah?
Excuse me, but is Mr. Garrett here? I'm from the office.
He's just leaving.
Hello, Miss Miller.
There was no phone listed for here, so I came over.
We can talk outside. Mr. Leonard was right. I'm just leaving.
Well, does he blame you because the boy's in trouble?
No, he blames the world for whatever trouble he has inside himself. Well, why did you come after me?
Well, as I said, there was no phone listed for Leonard. Some of the policemen at the 9th Precinct were trying to help Jimmy.
Yes?
One of them found out where he was last night.
Where?
Well, it's kind of strange. They found out from another newsboy who has a stand near the Park District. Saw Jimmy going to the Sothern Plaza Hotel. They checked with the desk clerk. The boy was registered there.
Jimmy Leonard registered there? At the Sothern Plaza? That's one of the best hotels in town.
The desk clerk says he comes there one night every month, always on the 15th of the month.
You know why?
No.
Have you heard from Harrington?
Yes. Registration and serial number matched Jimmy's car, all right.
Well, where is Harrington now?
We said to tell you he was going down to the dock, near where a Remlinger was killed.
Now, how did you get here?
By cab.
Good. Take another one going back. Make that an expense voucher.
Couldn't I ride back with you?
I'm going to stop at the docks and meet Harrington. Well, there's a couple of things I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
Get the cop that found out Jimmy was registered at the Sovereign Plaza. Tell him to go back to the hotel and check the register for the past year. See if he can find one other particular name besides Jimmy's that appears on the register for the 15th of each month. Get the name, find out who it is and where they come from.
Yes, sir.
And then go into the civil courts records. About 10 years back, I want a transcript of a divorce case. Leonard versus Leonard. Have it all at my office by the time I get back.
Yes, sir.
See you later.
Buster.
Talking to me?
Who do you think I'm talking to? Docks ain't no place for sightseeing. Voice and everything. You might get hurt. Why don't you just blow out of here?
You Ernie Crow, the hiring boss?
Yeah. Say, you must be the guy that's been nosing around here asking the longshoremen questions.
Yeah, that's right.
You shouldn't do that. Those guys got work to do.
So have I.
Oh, DA's office, huh? Working on that hit-run case, huh? The guy that got killed, Fred Rimlinger?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, none of my boys know nothing about that. Poor Fred. I just sent some flowers. Bad thing, the poor guy getting killed like that, leaving a family. I'd bleed for him.
Bleed what? Ice water?
You're a pretty fresh guy, ain't you?
I've been talking to your men. The few that ain't afraid to talk.
Troublemakers? What'd they tell you?
And you make them kick back 20% of their pay every time you hand them a brass work check at the shape-up. And they don't like it.
You think you can get one of them to say that in court?
Rimlinger didn't like it either. He'd have said so in court. That's why the men elected him delegate. And you gave him a brass check for the first time in 3 months. You gave him the only night job on the dock. And he got killed on the way home.
By a hot rod driven by a crazy kid. You blaming me for that?
Something wrong there, Rene?
Yes, Slater. Come here. This flat what's been going around the dock, stirring up the men, keeping them from working, making cracks about why Remlinger got killed.
Who's this, one of your muscle boys?
He's a guard for troublemakers. Now, why don't you hit the road?
I think this has gone far enough, gentlemen.
Chief, where did you come from?
I've been behind those bales for the past 2 minutes, listening to your very enlightening conversation. You gentlemen have any plans for Mr. Harrington?
No. No, of course not, Mr. Garrett, but you ought to tell him to be careful about believing what he hears from troublemakers. He shouldn't repeat it. A guy like you has to stand for re-election every once in a while. I know you wouldn't want a taxpayer like me making complaints. I got a lot of connections.
I think I'll be able to get by when election day comes, without you or your connections. Come on, Harrington. Where'd you leave your car?
Right over here, under the shed. Where's yours?
A couple of blocks down. You can take me to it.
Yeah, sure. Which way?
Turn right when we reach the street. Up past the ferry slip.
That hiring boss Crow. I think he knows something about the Rimlinger killing.
Yes, well, we can't prove it. If only Jimmy Leonard would talk. Or if he'd been able to find a car switch.
There was no switch. It was his car. He was the only one who could have been driving it. He took... Get out, Harrington! That screwball almost skidded right into us.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. This road.
Yeah, slippery. Oil truck turned over here day before yesterday. They tried to cover it. Hey, you hear that sand and gravel kicking up under the fenders?
Yeah, I hear it. Never mind my car, Harrington. Turn south to the Midtown garage.
What's up?
That car that killed Rimlinger must have come through that oil slick and gravel.
Yeah?
Then the death car will be bound to have some oily sand and gravel stuck under all 4 fenders. I want to see Rembrandt's car and Frankie Cutter's. Hurry. Anything out of that one?
Nope. Normal road tires. No sand or oil.
Have a look at Cutter's.
No. Well, this one's okay, too. Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this flashlight focused.
Well?
That's funny. Hey, give me a hand out, will you, Chief?
Sure. What did you find?
Well, right front fender is clean underneath. But the left front and the two rear fenders are covered with oil and sand.
That's what I was looking for. Cutter's car is the one that killed Rimlinger.
But Jimmy Lennon's car has the smashed fender and headlight.
Because the right front fender and the headlight from this car were taken off and switched for the fender and headlight on Jimmy's. That's why the underside of this fender is clean and the other three aren't. There a phone here?
Yeah. I saw the garage man using one in that little office over there.
District Attorney's office.
Mr. Garrett, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, Jimmy Leonard's mother's here waiting for you.
What?
Yes, sir. She just came in on the train from upstate. She heard about his arrest on the radio. Her name's Mrs. Goodrich. Now, she's remarried.
I see.
But there's something else. Her name has been on the Sothern Plaza Hotel register the 15th of every month, the same as Jimmy Leonard's. She says he's been meeting her there, so his father wouldn't know.
I thought it was something like that. Tell her to wait. Harrington and I are going down to pick up Frankie Cutter. Meanwhile, call Homicide and tell them I want a plainclothes squad to meet me at the River Street ferry shed in about a half hour. Tell them to wait. Let's get Cutter.
Where are you taking me? I didn't kill the guy, I tell you. Hey, what are we doing down here by the docks? There ain't no police station on River Street.
You know what we're doing here, Frankie. You want to tell us who was using your car? Or shall we tell you?
You know, don't you?
It was Ernie Kroll, wasn't it?
Better answer, Frankie.
Yeah. He came by the stand. Wanted to know could he borrow the car. To a guy like him, you don't say no. So I give him the keys.
What time?
Midnight. I was just going to eat. Then he brings the heat back about 2 a.m. Tells me he had an accident. Give me a C-note to have it fixed and keep my trap shut. I thought I'd keep it off, so I glommed onto the fenders and light from Jimmy's car.
You want me to drive right on to the dock, Chief?
Yes.
A lot of guys walking up.
The longshoremen finishing their shift. Climb into the back, Frankie. Get on the floor and stay there.
Don't worry, mister. I don't want no trouble.
Stop here. There's Kroll by the hiring shed.
Yeah, and that muscle boy Slater paying off and taking their kickback. Too money happy to see us.
And they'll see us in a minute. Morgan, fan your squad out along the dock. Nobody gets off this pier. I'll try to take them in peacefully, Harrington. I don't want any of the workmen to get hurt.
I'm with you.
All right, Kroll. Business is over for the day.
What are you guys doing back here?
You're under arrest for the murder of Fred Rimlinger.
Slater, come here.
Huh? What are you guys trying to pull?
We're not trying to pull anything. We have a confession from a newsboy whose car you used, Kroll.
Confession? I didn't drive the car. I just borrowed it.
Who did drive it?
Don't move for a gun, Slater.
Stay back, Copper. Way back.
We got 6 men on this pier if you get by me. Now, Slater, to drop that gun.
Get back, Slater. Do it before they kill us. All right. Yeah, we're coming.
All right, you men. The law can handle them. They'll get all they deserve. And from now on, you men will get all you deserve. A full day's pay with no kickbacks. Let's go, Harrington. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Jimmy Leonard's father tried to regain custody of the boy, but the court reversed its original decision when the true facts were presented. Meanwhile, hiring boss Ernie Kroll and his strong-arm man, Bud Slater, were sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Fred Rimlinger. Frankie Cutter is a ward of the juvenile court until he reaches the age of 21. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lloyd.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters!
Saturday, December 22nd, 1945, a crime wave of the most serious proportions is spreading throughout the United States. A serious crime is being committed every 40 seconds and a murder every 3 hours.
And so we present Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy the Honorable Fred N. Hauser, District Attorney of Los Angeles County, California. Commissioner Valentine.
Mr. Hauser, I know that tonight's case is about one of the cruelest killers of the last decade.
Commissioner Valentine, the facts of tonight's case are almost unbelievable. During January of last year, such police flashes as the following were cracking out over the California airwaves.
Attention, Al Simeone, most dangerous gunman at large today. Epidemic of vicious holdups along California coast. Simeone cutting unprotected century. Simeone, burglary, December 4th, 1930. Rearrested, sent to San Quentin, 1933. Assault with deadly weapon. Attempt to commit murder, 1933. Killer, age 32, 6 feet, 150 pounds. Slender build, dark complexion, piercing eyes. This man is fanatically cunning. Approach with caution.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Al.
Listen, baby, I'm treating you to a late dinner tonight.
Well, then I can see you tonight.
Yeah. La Flamingo Club for dinner and dancing.
Oh.
Get a table about 11 tonight. Now, look, if I'm a little late, order a big dinner for us, huh? Steaks, ice cream.
Working late again, darling?
Yeah.
Al, I'm crazy for you.
You know me for 1 week, and you're crazy for me.
You know I am.
Okay, Louise, have a big dinner ordered. I, like a big dinner after I finish my work. Hey, this is a nice place you got here.
Well, we like all people to be happy and gay in Ash's Cafe.
Huh? To gaiety and to life.
And to the success of...
You got
Stranger, put away that gun.
All of you stay right where you are. This is a hold-up. You're the owner. Open a cash register.
You're joking.
Open the cash register.
But you've been sitting at the bar drinking for an hour. You're a friend. You're joking.
I'm late for an appointment. Open that cash register. All the money.
This is all of it.
Turn your back and close the register.
Why should I close it?
Turn your back and close the register. If anyone moves, I'll kill them, too. I'm late for a dinner appointment. So long, folks.
Okay, somebody get murder. Emergency. Killing at Ash's Bar. Wanton murder of proprietor. Killer, slight of build, black hair, dressed as fashion plate, has nervous habit of clearing throat. Description fits that of lone gunman Simeone. This killer is fiendishly cunning. Sound a general alarm. This man must be taken dead or alive.
Oh, darling, I've ordered the most wonderful dinner for us. La Flamingo is best.
You like that, huh?
Steaks, French fries, and broccoli with hollandaise.
Only a brunette would know what a man loves to eat.
Do you really like brunettes better than blondes, Al?
I never looked twice except at a brunette.
Wow, you're terrific. I've only known you a week, but I'd die for you.
What a charming way to make love.
Al, why were you so late coming tonight? What business are you in?
Well, you laughed.
Why?
I'm a toy salesman. I sell children's toys.
No, why would I laugh at that?
That was why I was late tonight. I had to meet a man at the cafe. I could make more money, but the pleasure of knowing when you sell toys, little children will play with them and be happy.
Oh, Al, you're so sweet. I didn't know there were men like you.
Didn't you?
No. But you do make money at it, Al. You always seem to have so much money.
And the way I got things planned, baby, I'm going to have lots more.
This is a holdup. Quiet.
It's exactly advantage. You've all been hearing of police flashes recently. You know I shoot quick if anyone moves. Well, that's strange. A woman tending bar.
I am Mrs. Ortega. My husband owns this tavern. I only do it sometimes to help him.
Your husband here tonight?
Yes, in the back room. This Ortega was a veteran of World War I. We have a son who's fighting in the Pacific now.
That's nice. Somebody turn the radio on. I like to have music. Thanks. That's the idea. Now, Mrs. Ortega, open a cash register.
I will not do it. My husband and I work hard for our money.
The music sounds pretty. Now let's have the music of the cash register opening.
No.
Oh, shoot.
You will shoot the mother of a boy who's fighting for your country. He will hear you and not dare talk to me like this.
But he isn't here.
Don't you dare talk to my wife. No. I stand in front of her.
Oh, dramatics, huh? Oh, you're the one I wanted anyhow. Forget the cash register. Open the safe.
I will open it. You can have everything there is.
Suits me. Open it.
There. Take it.
Scoop it up and give it to me. Put it in this bag. Now you'll turn your back and close the safe.
You have everything. Now go on, leave off.
I said to close the safe.
It's all right.
My husband! My husband! You got my husband! Somebody help!
All patrol cars, murder, Ortega Cafe, 5124 Madison Road. Gunman, slight, black hair, immaculately dressed, shot and killed proprietor Louis Ortega. Investigate at once. Description fits killer Simeone. Squad 4, proceed to section and block off.
Oh, Al.
Huh?
I'm here, on the bench.
Oh, it's so dark I didn't see you, Alan.
Gee, I've been so scared waiting for you.
Yeah.
Come on, sit down.
What's the matter, honey? No cute little blonde ever ought to be scared.
Well, the park's so dark, and you're late. Then all of a sudden I heard the sounds of police cars.
Oh, yeah. Some unscrupulous person probably pulled a holdup.
No, I was foolish. Now you're here, I'm not afraid.
I love blondes.
No brunette.
I hate brunettes.
I'm afraid you'll sweat me off my feet, Al. 5 days and you're it.
Good. I had a little work to do, but I've looked forward all evening to meeting you out here on the park bench.
Al, what do you do for a living?
Oh, you'll laugh if I tell you.
No, I won't.
I'm a salesman for artificial limbs.
Limbs?
Artificial limbs, legs, arms. I don't know, it gives me a feeling of worthwhileness, bringing happiness to people who are unfortunate.
Oh, Al, you do.
I could make more money other ways, but what's money beside the finer things in life?
Al, you're wonderful.
Well, I don't think I'm so good, but what's my opinion against thousands?
There goes the police siren again.
Now, are you nervous?
Of course not. Not with you here.
It's just a police car, probably hunting down some gunman.
Well, I hope they get him, too.
Sure. They're probably after that gunman who's been doing a lot of killing in cafes.
Oh,
but don't worry, honey. You got me right here to look after you. I got a lot of plans, baby. And you're in every one of them.
Mr. Hauser, I certainly agree with you that Al Simeone was one of the cruelest killers of the past decade. I know you have many more interesting facts to tell us. But first...
Now, back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
With killer Al Simeone loose, Mr. Hauser, I know the district attorney's office as well as the police were faced with quite a problem.
We certainly were, Commissioner, because Simone combined the worst features of a master criminal. He was vicious, tricky, unpredictable. One particular instance should be noted.
Another scotch and soda, lady, up this way.
Attention, please. All cafes and restaurants.
Quiet, everyone, please. There's a special announcement coming on over the radio.
We are breaking in on this program to make a very special announcement. The killer who has been operating in cafes and taverns is still at large. We ask all cafe owners and tavern owners to keep as little cash in their safes as possible. Special plainclothes detectives are covering many California cafes. This killer who has been causing a reign of terror is vicious. Now we will continue with our program.
Turn off the radio. It is too depressing. There's some music, please.
You know, if that killer came in here, I'd give him a clip on the jaw and knock him flat.
Oh, don't talk that way.
No, I would. He's probably yellow through and through.
It is the man who talks too loud who is the most frightening.
Yeah, well, I still say I'd hit him with my fist and knock him out. Yeah.
Do not talk so loud, please. The people are laughing at you, and they...
An amusing way I have. You think I'm the braggart. No, I'm him. Up in the cash register.
Don't shoot. Don't. I will give you all the money we have.
Open it.
Yes. Yes, I will open it.
I've been watching this place. You have extra money in here.
You would take that money from us so hard, my husband and me work.
Don't get him angry, Mama. Let him take all the money and go away.
No. We worked for it too hard.
Don't make a move, anybody.
You shot my wife. My wife.
Shut this phone. I'll shoot anyone else who tries to stop me.
Emergency, double shooting, Southgate Cafe. Mrs. Gertrude Nelson in serious condition. Mr. Frank Nelson, her husband, has died. Killer, slight of build, black hair, immaculately dressed, fiendishly cunning. This killer must be caught, dead or alive. Special officers are being assigned to all cafe districts.
Simeone. You look strange, Fingers. The last time I saw you, there were bars in front of you.
The same to you. See, you're hot, Simeone. The cops are sending out flashes about you every night.
But I'm like the ghost who disappears. I can use you, Fingers.
How'd you get in my room here? How'd you know where I was?
I have ways. Mind if I put this bag of eggs down here on the bed?
Eggs?
Yeah. I was on my way home. I get hungry sometimes after jobs, so I buy a few eggs and carry them around in this little paper bag.
You go nuts?
Don't move quick in the bed and break them, Fingers. Maybe if I put them under the covers with you, you might hatch them, huh?
Am I awake or are you a nightmare?
Fingers, I've thought up a new racket, and I can use you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I pulled my last holdup of taverns and cafes. I'm going to give the cops a different kind of headache. Look, all over Los Angeles, they have check cashing stations.
Yeah, they got banks, too. So what?
At all the big industrial plants, they got checkbooks.
So?
So these big corporations make checks out to the employees. The employees go to any one of a couple of hundred cash windows and cash their checks.
Go on. You're getting interesting.
There are so many of these places, the cops couldn't possibly cover them all.
Yeah?
Now, if I had a light-fingered man who could visit a lot of corporations and pick up a lot of loose checks, I could forge the checks, go to one of these cashing booths, and, shall we say, cash in?
Brother, this ain't no nightmare. It's a dream.
So says what?
So says you're good.
So says you does it things,
What do I get?
10%.
It's a deal. It's good for a couple of grand a week. Oh, careful. I hope I didn't break those eggs in your little paper bag.
Look inside and see. What do you think of my bag of eggs?
A gun, 38. What a beaut. What a gang.
I walk around like a little stuffed shirt with my little paper bag held in front of me. If the cops should start trailing me, I drop the little paper bag. It isn't mine. I don't know what's inside, and they can't hold me for carrying concealed weapons.
And when you go to a window to cash a check?
I'll place my little paper bag on the window, and if there's any trouble, there's the little gun right at my hand.
You're crazy, Simeone. Crazy. Crazy like a fox.
I have a hunch, Fingers, this little check cashing racket's going to have the cops a-popping.
Pardon me. Pretend you know me.
I'll scream. I'll shout for an officer.
I'm an officer. Here's my badge.
Oh.
This is very confidential. I know who you are. A cashier at the Acme Check Cashing Service.
What? Well, yeah.
We're contacting you this way so as not to place you in any danger. Shake hands with me.
Yeah.
That's a picture I'm putting in your hand. A picture of a criminal we're after. If he stops at your cash window, tell him you can't cash his check. But you go to the check cashing window in the terminal building. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That's all you need to know. We didn't want to contact you at your home. Thank you, that's all.
Hello?
This is the Los Angeles Police. Mr. Henry?
Why, yes?
We're mailing you a picture. Please keep it in the strictest confidence.
What do you mean?
A picture of a criminal. If this man comes to your check cashing window, tell him you can't cash his check. You'll have to go to the check cashing window in the terminal building.
I'll do anything you say, sir.
The picture will arrive by mail in the morning. Please keep this in the strictest confidence.
Yes, I shall be glad to, sir.
Headquarters.
Captain, this is Inspector Harwood.
Yes, Inspector.
There are scores of check cashing windows in Los Angeles. Now, between the district attorney's office and our own department, we've contacted almost every clerk. If this black-haired killer goes to one of these windows to cash any more of those bogus checks, I think there's going to be fireworks.
Good work, Inspector. We've laid enough traps, but he's avoided every one. We've got to get him before he murders any more people. And if we can, take him alive.
Well, I'm going to cover the terminal building myself, sir. And if he's sent there...
Yes, what's your plan?
The way the terminal building's built, I'll have to be 100 feet away from the booth. But I've had my shoes rubber, soled, and heaved. I think I can make a run and hit him with a flying tackle.
He's quick as a cat with a gun.
He's going to have to be this time, sir, because I want to keep on living, too.
Well, hello.
Good morning.
I want to cash a check, and don't knock this paper bag of eggs off your window ledge.
I didn't know eggs were so scarce. You men had to carry them around with you.
Fresh ones are. I have a wage check I want to cash.
Well, let me see it.
Yeah. Say, don't you get lonesome sitting in that booth all by yourself?
Sometime.
All right, hand it then. Yes.
You, work for the oil company?
Oh, yes.
$250, eh?
I'm a scientist.
You are?
A scientist who loves redheads.
Flatterer. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid you'll have to go down to the terminal building to cash this.
Why?
Well, we're a little low on funds. I'm sorry, sir. The terminal building.
There's a cashier's booth there, like this one.
Oh, you can't miss it. It's right in the middle of the building.
All right.
Oh, don't forget your bag of eggs.
I got a weakness for redheads.
Have you?
Look, after I get my check cashed, suppose I come back and see you.
Well, maybe.
We could have a lot of fun.
All right, I tell you, you cash your check down there, and if you aren't doing anything afterward, come back and see me.
It's a date, Red. You'll be seeing me.
Maybe. Operator, give me the terminal building, quick.
Is this the terminal check cashing window?
Yes.
I've got a check I want to have cashed.
No, certainly.
I'll just put this bag of eggs up on the shelf here.
Oh, don't drop them now. I don't want any scrambled eggs at this window.
Now, this is a paycheck of $250.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, right here.
This is your signature?
It is.
That's nice. You worked there long?
Oh, about 5 years. I'm in the research department.
You must like that work.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Can you cash the check?
Oh, yes. Let me see now. I've got to get my money out. What identification do you have?
Oh, I have my cards, and I can show you some of my papers.
Good work, Inspector.
Speed out, cold, Captain.
What a football tackle. He's a slippery article, Inspector. He had his gun in his bag.
Get these cuffs on him.
Inspector, you tackled the cruelest killer on the West Coast, and he still doesn't know what struck him.
He will, though, by the time the courts get through with him. That's why I wanted him alive, so they could give him what he's got coming to him.
What hit me?
The law, Simeone. The law.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Simeone was convicted of murder. And just 3 weeks ago today, he was taken into the death room of San Quentin Penitentiary at 10:02 in the morning. 8.5 minutes later, Simeone was pronounced
dead.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser, for telling us the facts in tonight's case. Clever as Simeone was, he wasn't clever enough to beat the combined forces of the law.
Nagel, inviting you to stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail. Proudly We Hail. And now another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel. Thank you, Kenneth Banghart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail. Conrad, I believe you said that this was one of the most frightening stories you've ever read. Indeed it is, Ken. It's a tale of terror. Well, these are the best words I can think of to describe it. The title of our play is The Trial. And our first act curtain will rise in a few minutes after this very important message. Air Force enlistments have been restricted for a long time, but they're open again now. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and enlist in the United States Air Force today. And now with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Roger Lewis, your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, The Trial.
is a story about two emotions, anger and fear. How one developed the other and how one became the other. It concerns mainly Roger Lewis, a lawyer, and Leo Collier, a man he sent to prison for life.
Now remember, darling, drive carefully.
Yes, sir. And you remember to take care of yourself.
Right.
Oh, Mary will come in to clean on Thursday. Tom will be around to take care of the lawn and things on Saturday. There's plenty of food in the icebox for you.
Yes, dear, I know. Now stop worrying, will you? And give your mother, my best.
Roger.
I'll write you a letter, dear. I might even call you up if you're good.
That'll be nice. I'll miss you.
Miss you too, sweetie. It'd be kind of lonely around this joint without you.
So I call her and tell her I can't come?
Oh, you promised her, Paula. I lost 10 days. Don't worry. You know, I'm awfully busy anyway.
I suppose you spend most of your time in the city.
Yeah, a good part of it. That's where I've got to get now. Well, you got a beautiful day to drive, so take off, sweet. I love you, darling. And I'll miss you. I'll see you in 10 days. Kiss.
Couldn't I go tomorrow?
You scat. Yes?
Mr. Lewis, Captain O'Neill is on the phone. He'd like to speak to you.
Thanks, Miss Cole. Put him on. Hello, Ned. Oh, what do you know?
Hi, Rod. How's the defender of truth and justice?
Well, I can't complain, Sherlock.
Listen, Rod. Remember a guy named Leo Collier?
Well, I should. About a year ago, wasn't it? He killed his brother. Open and shut case. He got life.
You got a good memory. Well, there's no need to get worried, but I thought you ought to know. Collier and two other lads escaped from state prison about 2 hours ago.
Well, why should that worry me, Ned? I think you and your boys would do the worrying.
Oh, we'll catch him soon enough, all right. But Collier swore he'd break out, and when he did, he'd get you.
Why? Because I proved he was guilty of a crime that was obvious?
Don't ask me, boy. Where are you staying now?
Staying? Well, we stay at home.
It might be a good idea if you and your wife moved into the city until we caught Collier. No point in taking any chances.
Oh, don't be silly, Ned. My gosh, you don't think a man who just broke out of prison is going to be interested in tracking down the lawyer who sent him there? Look, he's going to be spending all his time trying to get away.
Well, maybe true, but why take a chance with your wife?
My wife is perfectly safe, Ned. She went to visit her mother. And I assure you, Collier and all the criminals in the world wouldn't stand a chance against that woman.
Too bad she didn't come and stay with you.
Say, you really want to frighten me. Now, look, Ned, go catch Collier and don't worry about me. If I need any help, I'll holler.
Well, if you do, I hope I can hear you calling.
Stop sounding so melodramatic. Look, if there's anything under the bed, I'll send up a red rocket. How about lunch sometime? Hey, who's that?
It's me, Mr. Lewis.
Oh, Tom. Say, what are you doing here? It's kind of late to be working, isn't it? I thought you weren't coming till Saturday.
Oh, it's going to blow tonight, Mr. Lewis. Thought I'd better get the lawn chairs in, a few things like that.
No.
I knew the wife was away and didn't know when you'd get back from the city.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Tom. What makes you think it's going to blow tonight? The sky looks clear.
Oh, I can tell, Mr. Lewis. Going to blow hard.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Tom. Thanks.
I'm glad to oblige. Night, Mr. Lewis.
Good night, Tom. What? Oh, for the love of Pete. You might know. Hey, it's 3 o'clock.
Well, Tom wasn't kidding.
Before I closed everything and locked it. No. One of those blasted French windows. There, you. You stay shut and let a tired man sleep. Oh, hey. Say, one of the panes is broken. Gee, that's someone. Oh, now, wait a minute. Well, what is this, a game? It's the same one. That's impossible. I locked it. God, windows don't unlock themselves. That's right, Louis. They don't.
They won't turn on the light again.
Collier.
Even in the dark, you know me, don't you, Lewis? You'll forgive my little prank. I thought it might upset you, so that meeting me would upset you even more. I see that I've gained the desired effect.
Well, I don't know what you have in mind, Collier, but if you got any sense at all, you give yourself up.
That's a rather ridiculous statement on the face of it. Do you know why I'm here?
Yeah, I can guess. You want to kill me for doing my duty.
Duty, Pa. You're not in the courtroom now. You did your duty, all right. You saw to it that I was doomed to the life of a caged animal. You saw to it that I was buried alive in a tomb of gray rock and iron bars. What do you know of the days and nights, the endless days and nights without hope and without future?
You should have thought of that before you killed your brother.
Listen, I killed my brother because if anyone needed killing, he did. But you and no one else cared about that. All you were interested in was to see that your precious laws were upheld.
Well, it happens to be my job. I don't make the laws, Collier.
A cold-blooded killer, you called me. You were very eloquent. What did you know of Ben? He was twisted and evil, and he killed things all his horrible life. Oh, not the way I did directly with a gun. He was too smart.
Oh, that's rot. You were twisted, Collier. You hated him because he was successful and you weren't. You hated him because he married the woman you wanted. You hated him because he was the man you could never be.
Shut your face.
What do you expect to gain by this?
Two things. I'll have them both. Revenge and freedom.
And you'll get neither.
We'll see, Mr. Lawyer. I'll wager I'll change your mind on first score soon enough.
Why don't you kill the judge and the jury as well?
I'll settle for you.
Well, I suppose 2 murders on your conscience is no worse than 1.
Not a bit. But who said I was going to kill you? No, I'm not going to kill you. You're going to kill yourself when I'm through with you. You see, Lewis, I was lying out there in the bushes when your wife left. I know that Mary comes on Thursday and Tom on Saturday, and I know we've got 10 days and nights ahead of us.
You've forgotten I have a job. You know, my office is going to wonder what's happened to me.
Oh, no, they're not. Because you're calling them in the morning. They're going to tell them your wife isn't well and you'll be out of town. They're going to tell Mary the same thing. It won't be necessary for her to come and clean. As for Tom, he can mow the lawn all he likes. He won't bother us.
The police will trace you here.
This is the last place they'll trace me. Things are going to work out very nicely. And I guarantee when the 10 days are over, I've made you suffer what I've suffered in a year. You'll be very happy to die, Mr. Lewis.
Lewis, Davis and Platt. Miss Brown speaking.
Hello. Hello, Miss Brown. It's Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Miss Brown, I won't be in. My wife called last night. She's not feeling well. I'm going up to see her. I probably won't be back for 10 days.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I hope it's nothing serious.
No, nothing serious, thanks. I think I'd better go.
If anything important comes up, should I call you there? Mr. Lewis?
No, that won't be necessary. I think I'll make it a kind of a vacation.
Yes, sir. I hope your wife will be feeling better.
Yes, thank you, Miss Brown. I'm sure she will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Very convincing. Not quite up to your best courtroom style, but not bad considering. You know, your face doesn't look very good. After you've picked yourself up, we'll call Mary.
But, Mr. Lewis, the house will need cleaning. You can leave a key on the back porch, and then when you come home, the house will be nice and clean.
No, that won't be necessary. We'll call you when we get back, Mary.
Oh, you get in the doghouse for sure, Mr. Lewis.
Well, I'll have to take that chance. Goodbye, Mary.
The doghouse. That's a good one. You know, I'm hungry. After I've had some breakfast, we're going to have a workout. And I'm going to use you for a punching bag. And then we're going to have a talk. I'm going to tell you what it's like to be in a real doghouse. Come on. And stay on your feet. Come on out of it. Time to wake up. What's the matter? Didn't you sleep well? Boy, you're a mess. Here. Sit up. I've been listening to the radio. You know where I was seen? In Philadelphia. Good place for me to be. The city of brotherly love.
Connie, you won't get away with this.
Now, what do you think I'm doing? Where's your law and justice now? Still believe in them, Louis?
You can beat me to a pulp. But you can't change what I believe.
Oh, no? Suppose I was to give you this gun. Would you shoot me or call a cop?
Give it to me and you'll find out.
I'll give it to you, all right. Right in the kisser. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is strong, eh, Louis? Listen, you poor fool. Your laws won't do you any good here. I'm the law. And every time you break one of my laws, I'll punish you. And I'll punish you until the laws you know become nothing. I'll teach you to become an animal. And the only laws you'll know will be fear and hate. I'll break you bit by bit, do you hear? Bit by bit.
Careful. Careful, he's asleep. I gotta get away. He's asleep. Got to get away. Penknife in my pocket. Easy. Move my fingers. I've got to make them work. I've got to... There. Now gently. Gently. The rope tied to his wrist first. There. Now the feet. Get away. Sleep, Carter. Sleep. You must be tired after all your exercise. Now. Feet. Mustn't rush. Mustn't. Easy. Easy. You got to get away. Now get off the bed. Quietly. Quietly. No shoes. Easy, easy. With the knob. Now don't run. Oh, dizzy. Dizzy, hold on. Step. Step. I'm going to make it.
Did you think I'd let you get away that easily, you crazy fool? When you've picked yourself up down there, come back up here to bed. You need your sleep.
Conrad Nagel, starring in the role of Roger Lewis in the proudly we hail production The Trial, will return in just a moment for the second act. I have a message for the young men of America. Enlist in the United States Air Force. By doing this right now, when the Air Force is expanding, you have the opportunity to really get ahead. The Air Force needs specialists in radar, radio, weather, aircraft maintenance, and numerous other technical fields. Yes, the Air Force can train you for one of its many technical jobs. Go to the nearest Army and Air Force recruiting station. Have a talk with the recruiting sergeant. Find out for yourself the advantages you can gain by enlisting in the Air Force now. You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now with your star Conrad Nagel in the role of Roger Lewis, we present the second act of The Trial.
Who's that?
Huh? I don't know.
Get in that closet. Come on your feet.
I can't.
Can't, eh? Come on, I'll get you in that corner. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Lewis, my name is Jeb. I'm on the school board here in town.
My name isn't Lewis. Mr. Lewis is away. I'm living here until he and his wife return.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Can you tell me when he'll be back?
Today's Saturday. He'll be back in 5 days. On Thursday. I see Tom has arrived to cut the lawn. You and I will just go upstairs where we won't disturb him. Tonight we'll write your dear wife a letter, just like you promised. And as tomorrow's Sunday, we'll call her up and see how she feels.
Hi, darling. Oh, how nice of you to call. How are you?
Everything is fine, dear. I your report. I miss you.
Roger, are you all right? You sound sick.
Probably a connection. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Well, are you working too hard?
No, dear. I never work too hard.
Yeah. Sound like you've been drinking.
I'm just sleepy. How's your mother?
Nothing wrong with her. Listen, you take care of yourself. Maybe I better come home tomorrow.
No, dear, really, I'm all right. There's somebody at the door, honey. I gotta go. Take care of yourself.
Roger, wait a minute.
I gotta go. Bye, honey.
Roger. What's the matter, Paula? I don't know. Sounded like he was half alive. When the cat's away. Oh, don't be silly, Mother. I think I better go home tomorrow.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He's a big grown man. He can take care of himself.
I don't care. I'm worried. I'm going home tomorrow.
How do you feel about your precious laws now, Lewis? Would you still call the police if I gave you a gun? Or would you shoot me like I shot Ben?
No. You give me a gun, I'll show you.
I said you'd change. I said you'd come to see it my way. I'm teaching you new laws, aren't I?
You know, Collier, I learned how to use a bullwhip when I was a kid to kill rattlesnakes. If I had a bullwhip, I'd show you.
What would the court say to that? Taking the law into your own hands. I think you said that was the right of no man. You're not a man of conviction. Although you're able to get lots of convictions.
No, stay away from me.
Not on your life.
Don't.
On your feet. Now, you know fear, don't you? Well, you'll know it a lot better by the time I'm through with you. I promise you by the time I'm through with you, you'll be begging me on hands and knees.
Paula, you're acting like a silly child. If you're so worried about him, call him up again. What's the point in leaving before you have to? You came down here to rest.
Oh, all right, I'll call him. I imagine he'll be at the office now. Hello? Hello? Mother, your phone is out of order.
Well, it doesn't mean the end of the world, dear. When we drive into town, we'll stop and tell them about it. After all, when you live out in the country like this, you have to expect all sorts of things to happen.
Well, Collier, how'd you kill me? Get it over with.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Now, before I leave, you'll kill yourself.
Never. I'll make you do it.
Would you like a mirror? I hardly think you'd recognize yourself. You know anyone who'd be calling you? Answer me around.
No, I don't.
You remind me of a crab trying to scuttle away. Well, then, we'll just let it ring and pretend we're not here. You feel fear now, don't you? You fear the sound of my footsteps. You fear my look, my words, my touch, don't you? You fear me as you've never feared anything in this world. You've become a creature of terror and hate. I've made you into what you tried to make me. But I was too strong, Lewis. I turned my hate into a sword, and I broke down a prison wall with it so I could get you. You know what we're going to do, Lewis? We're going to have a trial. I'm going to be the judge, the jury, and the plaintiff. Now, you're accused of breaking the law. My law. You've tried to crucify Collier. That's a terrible thing. A horrible crime. How do you plead? I said, how do you plead? Speak up or I'll get rough.
No, I plead not guilty.
Not guilty, eh? Well, Mr. Lawyer, get up on your feet and let's hear you plead your case. Let's hear you really plead.
No.
Be convincing.
No, I can't.
We'll see about that. You see this? I think he's really fainted. Well, there's always tomorrow. He'll be in better voice in the morning.
He's gone to the kitchen. I gotta find that whip. Where? Thanks. The hall closet. No, attic. Up to the attic. Get there. I'll pull myself up at the banister. I must hurry. He'll come back. Just one more flight. There it is. There on the wall. Lois, where are you? You can't hide from me. I'll find you. Up here, Carter. Up here. Come up and get me. Yeah, it's better without a light. Here I am, Carter.
You gave me a scare. Thought you might have gotten away. You'd have been smart if you tried. I'll have to punish you for this. You broke another one of my laws. What are you doing up there?
Come up those stairs and find out.
Remember, I have a gun. But I don't think I'll need it.
You want me to plead my case, Carter? All right. I'm ready.
Well, sing out.
Listen to my voice. Listen to my voice and feel its lash.
I'll show you.
I said you'd kill me. You won't do that now.
Wait till I find that gun.
Ned! Watch, he's up on the second floor. Watch him.
You know what? Take me!
He went through the window.
Roger. For the love. My God, man.
I guess I didn't holler quite loud enough, Ned.
Greta. Look a little more like yourself than when I saw you last.
Yeah, it was quite a sight, wasn't I?
Want to tell me about it?
Oh, it'll keep. What about Collier?
I don't think he's going to make it. Probably better that way.
Yeah. Poor devil.
You can feel pity after what he did to you?
Well, yes. Yes, I can, Ned. Nothing else to feel. He wasn't responsible. He couldn't be blamed for a twisted mind.
Oh, I suppose not. He sent you a message.
Well, what is it?
He said if we hadn't come, if your wife hadn't gotten suspicious and called, he would have won.
No, Ned, he could never have won, no matter what he did to me. You know, you can break the law and you can break people. But you can never really destroy either.
Our star, Conrad Nagel, will return in just a moment with a word about next week's show. You Air Force veterans listening to our show, here's some good news for you. For you veterans with experience and special training are needed now. You can enlist with your old grade or better, skip basic training, and be assigned initially to a nearby Air Force base. And this deal holds good for veterans of other branches of the service, too, if they've had the kind of special training the Air Force needs. If you've had training and experience in such fields as radio, radar, maintenance, weather, armament, photography, and many others, you can build a fine future in our fast-growing Air Force. But why not get all the facts? Just stop at your nearest Army and Air Force recruiting station and find out where you are needed in the world's greatest Air Force. Enlist now. This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Proudly We Hail stars Conrad Nagel. Supporting Mr. Nagel in the role of Leo Collier was Joe DeSantis. The trial was written by DeWitt Kopp. This program was produced under the supervision of Charles and Rogers Productions and directed by Charles Wilkes. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking, and here again is your host and star, Conrad Nagel.
Well, friends, next week over this same station on Proudly We Hail, journey with us for an adventure story into the wilds of the jungle in South America. Our play is entitled In the Dead of the Night. Until then, goodbye.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know, the lives of Holmes and Watson were not always filled with action. They spent many a quiet evening at home in Baker Street, discussing the problems of the world over a glass of port. You know, it seems that no wine is more expressive of friendship and hospitality than port. And I'm sure there's no port wine more enjoyable than Petri California port. Try a good glass of Petri port after dinner some evening, or any time you get together with your friends. You'll love the rich, ruby red color of that Petri port. You'll love its smoothness and full body, its remarkable and wonderful flavor, a flavor that comes straight from the heart of luscious, hand-picked grapes. Serve that Petri port alone, or serve it together with cake or cookies or with fruit. Yes, and serve it proudly. You can, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our old friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's tap on his study door.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come over here by the fire. I was just having a cup of coffee. Would you care to join me?
Thanks, that'd be nice.
It'll prevent you falling asleep during my story tonight.
There's no chance of that, Doctor. From the hint you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a story. It began in a circus in Paris, you told us?
Yes, my boy, the circus. Colorful world of sawdust and spangles. A world, Mr. Bartell, that I may tell you confidentially, always held an irresistible fascination for me when I was a youngster.
Me too, Doctor.
In fact, when I was 8 years old, I fell desperately in love with a lady bareback rider. A stunning creature who wore pink silk tights with gold sequins on them. Unfortunately, my mother caught me writing her proposal of marriage, and I'm afraid that, it's another story, and one that you probably wouldn't find very interesting.
I'm sure I would, Doctor, but I think it would be safer to stick to your Sherlock Holmes story.
Yes, you're probably right, my boy. Well, it was a winter in the 1890s, and Holmes and I were in Paris. On our second day there, Holmes suggested we attend that night's performance The Cirque Royale. Needless to remark, I was delighted, Mr. Martell. And shortly after 9 o'clock that night, I found myself seated beside Holmes in a box near the ringside. It was an incredibly vivid scene, even for that city of color and light. The gay costumes of the women and the gaudy trappings of the ringmasters and clowns looked like a giant kaleidoscope under the blazing glare of the arc lamps. As we sat there, a brass band nearby blared forth some popular music of the day, and yet he didn't appear to be enjoying himself. And so I leaned across and touched his arm.
What is it, Watson?
Well, you're very quiet, Holmes. Aren't you having a good time?
A good time, I suppose, old chap. I was just wondering where Mr. Edwards is.
Mr. Edwards? Who's he?
An extremely distinguished client who was to meet us in this box at 9 o'clock.
Client. So this little excursion was on business after all. Yes, I might have known it.
No worry, old fellow. In your case, I think you'll be able to combine quite a little pleasure with the business.
Well, can't you be a little more explicit, Holmes?
Here comes the ringmaster.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter ce soir la grande vedette du cirque, Mademoiselle Gisèle Girondet, équestrienne incomparable.
Gisèle Girondet, yes, I've heard of her. She's a bareback rider, isn't she?
Honest and France, old fellow. She also has quite a reputation as a femme fatale. 3 duels have been fought over her. A young English officer in the Grenadier Guards committed suicide last year because of her. And a famous French banker is at present languishing in prison because her extravagances drove him to appropriate funds that did not belong to him. Yes, Watson, she's an extremely colorful personality.
You know, Holmes, the funny thing, when I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider. She wore pink silk tights with golden sequins on them, but unfortunately...
Yes, she is, old fellow. Yes, she is.
Holmes, she's exquisite. Look at the way she's jumping from the back of one horse to the other. Sheer poetry of motion.
The lady appeals to you, Watson.
By George, yes, indeed she does. In fact, Holmes, I don't mind telling you that if I weren't a married man and a poor
you'd like
man...
to court the lady, eh?
Yes, I should
Excellent,
indeed.
old fellow, excellent. That's the very reason for our attendance at the
Well, what in
circus.
heaven's name are you talking about, Holmes?
Ah, there you are. Good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Holmes, my dear fellow, how are you? I haven't seen you since that little affair at Windsor Castle when Mother...
Excuse me, sir. I am Mr. Mycroft, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
Sir William Nigel?
Oh, of course. And I am Mr. Edwards. We must respect each other's incognitos, eh? How do you do, Sir William?
Well, I'm extremely honored to meet you, Your Royal... Mr. Edwards.
How'd you like Giselle? Isn't she a stunning creature?
Yes, indeed she is, sir.
The four of us to have supper together after the performance tonight, I understand, Mr. Edwards.
Well, unfortunately, I can't be there, Mycroft. There's some stupid affair at the embassy which I have to attend. We must postpone the dinner until tomorrow night.
Very well, sir.
Come over to my hotel a little early and we can discuss the whole business. Personally, I think a lot of fuss is being made about nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I must go back and see Giselle for a moment and tell her that I can't keep our appointment for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, Mycroft. Good night, Sir William.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Et maintenant, pour votre plaisir, les frères Salini, les jongleurs internationaux.
Holmes, what's all this mystery? That wasn't Mr. Edwards, it was the Princess...
Watson, please. Discretion, old fellow. Mr. Edwards, as you know, is extremely democratic. Too much so, possibly, when one considers his position and responsibilities. He's become quite seriously involved with Mademoiselle Giselle, the lady bareback rider who has just left the ring.
Oh, so that's it.
The Foreign Office, quite naturally, I suppose, is deeply concerned over the matter, and I've been entrusted with the delicate mission of protecting Mr. Edwards.
Oh, does Giselle Girondet know that his true identity, do you suppose?
That's the first thing that we have to find out. It's possible that she is simply captivated by having a rich Englishman at her feet. If, on the other hand, she knows who Mr. Edwards is, then we may be in for a great deal of trouble.
Yes, but how are you going to find that out?
By tempting her with a richer Englishman. And one with a title. That, my dear fellow, is why you are Sir William Nigel.
You mean that...
Your job, old fellow, is to do your utmost to steal Giselle Girondet from Mr. Edwards.
But, I don't even know the girl.
We shall remedy that defect in a few minutes. As soon as the performance is over, my dear chap, I shall take you to her dressing room and arrange an introduction.
I must say, Holmes, the backstage life at a circus is even more colorful than in the ring.
What makes you say that, old fellow?
Well, I just saw a pinhead having tea with a bearded lady while a sword swallower was standing behind him practicing his act.
Oh, hello. See that man standing talking to the girl in tights?
Yeah, attractive, isn't he?
The gentleman is Inspector Bernet of the French police, an old friend and a distant relative of mine. Bernet, how are you?
Ah, Holmes, mon cher ami, comment ça va?
No, Bernet, please. On this occasion, my name is Mycroft, if you don't mind, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
How do you do, Inspector?
Enchanté, Sir William. Permit me to introduce Mademoiselle Yvette Marat.
How you do?
How do you do, madame?
What brings you behind the scenes at the circus, may I ask, Monsieur Mycroft?
My friend Sir William is most anxious to make the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Girondet.
But of course, every man wishes to meet Giselle Girondet. Why not ask Bernet? He will present you to her. Ha! In no way.
Oh, no, Yvette, chérie, do not begin that all over again.
You're in love with her. You've always been in love with her. I wish you were dead. Sometimes I think I could kill her myself.
On my soul, Inspector, she's a fiery little thing, isn't she?
Ah, ça c'est vrai, ça, Sir William. Many times I've told her that Giselle Girondet would never waste her time with a simple police inspector. She prefers a wealthy foreigner. But Yvette ne comprend pas. She does not understand and she does not believe.
Mademoiselle Marat was dressed in tights, Bernet. And what does she do in the circus?
She walks the tightrope. She's
yes.
Queen of the high wire. Mm-hmm. A charming and a talented girl, but a most jealous one.
Bernet, my distinguished friend Sir William Nigel is most anxious to meet Giselle Girondet. Will you introduce him? I should prefer not to appear on the matter at this stage.
Oh, mais certainement. I will take you to her dressing room. Please come with me, Sir William.
Yeah, right. I'll see you later, Holmes.
I'll be waiting for you, old chap. Good luck.
Hey, you're a lucky man, Sir William. Giselle has quite a penchant for the Englishmen. And when they are rich and have a title, I am sure she finds them irresistible.
You really think so?
Oh, but of course. Ah, quel dommage that I'm only a poor policeman. Here we are.
Entrez?
Giselle, mon chou, permit me to present to you Sir William Nigel. He's a great admirer of yours.
Yes, indeed, madam.
Ah, Sir William Nigel. Come and sit here beside me, Sir William.
I shall leave you. Au revoir.
Sit closer. There. That is much more cozy, no?
Oh, it's very nice of you to see me, Mademoiselle Girondet.
Oh, don't be so formal, my Englishman. You may call me Giselle, and I shall call you... Let me see, I shall call you... Sir William, Willie! I shall call you Willie. You do not mind?
Mine, delightful. Quite delightful, my dear. I was hoping perhaps that you care to have a little supper with me tonight, Giselle. So what about some oysters, a cold pheasant, and a bottle or two of Pomeranian Green 072? You get to taste all the world, don't you think?
Oh, Willie, I can see you are a perfect
Oh, I don't know about
One
that.
moment, I get my cloak.
Well, you know, Giselle, it's a funny thing.
What is the funny thing, Willie?
When I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider at a circus. History seems to be repeating itself.
Here.
Alfieri, do you no longer knock when you come to my door?
Who is this man?
My name is Nigel, Sir William Nigel, my good man, and who may you be?
I am Alfio Alfieri.
I am Alfio Alfieri. And what is he? A trainer of wild animals. An ambusher.
Patron! You must not speak to Alfio in that way. You belong to me. Send this stupid Englishman away.
Found it impudent.
Grossier. Belong to you. Giselle belong to no one.
Do I have to take him a whip to
Put
you?
down that way. Put it down, you scoundrel.
That's the time it will be your face, Carl.
You infernal blackguard. Raising your hand against a woman. Shocking.
Bravo! Monsieur Willie has knocked him down.
He certainly deserved it.
Oui. And you in turn deserve something, Willie.
Oh, what was that?
Come close, Willie, and I give it to you. A little kiss.
Oh, kiss? Thanks awfully.
are so strong, so resolute, so brave.
Oh, it was nothing, my dear Giselle. Nothing at all. Here, more champagne, Gus. More champagne.
Oh, really?
Giselle?
Oui, Monsieur Edwards?
Have a box for the opera tomorrow night. I was hoping that perhaps...
Oh, I'm sorry, Monsieur, but my time is occupied. I am showing the delightsome moment to mon cher Willie.
Mademoiselle est mieux le collier de perles à 5 rangs ou celui à 3 rangs?
He says, which do I prefer, the 5-string color pearls or the 3-string color pearls? What does my Willie think?
So that you can't hang too many pearls on a pretty neck like yours. I'll take a 5-string collar, my good fellow.
You're doing splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Yes, but Holmes, I felt such a blasted fool handing that jeweler fellow a check signed by Sir William Nigel. You quite sure that it'll be honoured?
Don't worry, old fellow. Remember who our client is. Money is the least important concern in this matter. On with the masquerade, old fellow. On with the masquerade.
More champagne, garçon.
Willie, you are such a headstrong boy.
More champagne. Citadel, you dear little thing.
Good evening, Bennet. Has Mademoiselle Gironde come in for the evening performance yet?
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I escorted her to her dressing room half an hour ago. Monsieur Edwards is in there with her now. At last, it seems, she has use for a poor policeman. Last night she found a threatening letter on her makeup table. Since then, she has been most grateful for my company.
A threatening letter, eh? Any idea who might have sent it?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm afraid I have, Monsieur Holmes. I told her to pay no attention. By the perfume of the notepaper, I recognized the sender. A jealous tightrope walker called Yvette Marat.
Oh.
Poor Yvette. She would make a very inferior criminal, I'm afraid. Still, Giselle asked me to stay outside her dressing room till the performance starts. You wish to see her?
Yes. Oh, good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Evening, Mycroft. Evening, Inspector Rene.
Comment ça va, Monsieur Edwards?
Look here, Mycroft. I think this little game's gone far enough. Giselle has just refused another invitation of mine. Now, I know who Sir William Nigel is, and I swear I'll tell her.
Don't you think, sir, that the lady is hardly worth bothering about? Surely this whole incident with Sir William proves that she's a scheming little adventuress. A fictitious title and an apparently bottomless purse have shown her up in her true colors.
I could have told you the same thing without such an experiment, my friend.
Well, I suppose you're right, Mycroft. I've been a fool. An idiot who lets a pretty ankle turn his head. A conceited dope.
Let us just say, monsieur, that you have been a man.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just going back to see Giselle for a moment. I brought us these flowers for her. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Just a minute, Watson. I hate to dampen your ardor, old chap, but the masquerade is ended.
Ended? What do you mean it's
It is no
ended?
longer necessary for you to impersonate Sir William Nigel or to pay court to Giselle.
Oh, really? Really? Well, that's a great relief, sir. Great relief. I've hated the whole business.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you have. We appreciate the sacrifices that you've made, don't we, Sir Edward?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I must go back and see her once more, though. We had a rendezvous for tonight, and I must cancel it. A gentleman's thing to do, you know. I won't be a minute.
Never have I seen a man more downcast. Obviously, with him, my dear Holmes, business was a pleasure. Alfieri, where are you going?
That Englishman. I just saw him go into Giselle's room.
To whom are you referring?
That man that called himself Sir William Nigel. 2 days ago, he struck me. I have to settle with him. No man may strike Alfieri.
Do not cause any more trouble, Alfieri. From what I've been told, you thoroughly deserved what happened to you.
Here he come now. You, English, you. Alfieri challenge you to a duel.
Holmes!
What's all, chap? What is it? You're as white as a ghost.
It's Giselle.
What's wrong with her?
She's dead. She's lying there in her dressing room. Strangled.
Strangled? And only half an hour ago I spoke with her myself. Since then I've been standing in this corridor, guarding her door at her own request. Only 2 men have entered Giselle's dressing room since then. You, Monsieur Edwards, And you, Sir William Nigel.
What are you suggesting, Rene?
I am suggesting nothing. I am stating that these two gentlemen are under arrest for suspicion of murder.
Dr. Watson's unusual story will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to remind you that one wine that seems to be the outstanding favorite among the ladies is Petri California Muscatel. That's probably because, like a beautiful woman, Petri Muscatel is subtle and intriguing. Petri Muscatel is the color of burnished gold. And its flavor, well, it's the flavor of big, plump Muscat grapes, picked by hand carefully and tenderly, and they're just full of wonderful, delicious juice. If you want to show that you really know the wine that women prefer, serve Petri Muscatel. Serve it after dinner or later in the evening. It's wonderful. And why shouldn't it be? It's a Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so you and the mysterious Mr. Edwards got yourselves arrested on suspicion of murder, huh?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes did everything in his power to persuade Inspector Rene to release us, but it was useless. And so, while Mr. Edwards and myself were languishing in detention cells at the local Sûreté, Holmes and the French inspector were examining the dressing room of the dead woman.
I'm sure, Inspector Vernet, that being as keen a detective as you are, you must suspect the true identity of Mr. Edwards.
Of course, Monsieur Holmes. But that is the danger of incognitos. If he chooses to assume the identity of plain Monsieur Edwards, then he must run the risks of plain Monsieur
And you're convinced that either he or my friend strangled Mademoiselle Girondet?
It is obvious.
Then I'll have to prove to you that they didn't. Let me examine the body again. No. If she had been strangled by either of my friends, why would her body be lying here under the window? It's as far away from the door by which they left this room as possible.
That proves nothing.
No, but it's odd.
Giselle was a strong girl. There might easily have been a struggle. Perhaps she tried to get away through the window.
And yet there are no marks of violence on her throat. Just this piece of very fine cord that did its deadly work so cleanly. Mm-hmm. Cut with a knife.
Please do not remove the cord, Monsieur Holmes. The body has not yet been photographed.
Dear me, Rene, you're making it very hard for me, aren't you? You notice, of course, that the window is open.
Yes, but we have examined the snow outside. There were no footprints within 3 yards of the window. The murderer must have entered by the door that I was watching.
Yes, it would be hard, even for a professional acrobat to jump in. An acrobat? Damn me, your young friend, Mademoiselle Yvette Marat, is a tightrope walker.
Yvette, but...
Yes, she certainly had a motive. She'd even sent a threatening letter. I heard her express hatred and jealousy for this dead woman. It's conceivable that she could enter a room by a window without leaving footprints in the snow. Where was she at the time of the murder?
I do not know. I was waiting for her in the corridor.
Then I suggest that we investigate her alibi at once. And after that, Inspector, I must pay a visit to the Sûreté. I don't want my friends to think that I've deserted them. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Holmes.
I'm afraid it looks rather black. As I was telling you, Yvette Marat, the tightrope walker, was able to establish completely satisfactory alibi. Vernet still suspects you or Dr. Watson.
Well, that's ridiculous.
May I ask you a very straightforward question, sir?
Of course.
I can well understand that if you had gone into the dressing room and found the woman already murdered, you might easily be tempted to conceal the fact, to avoid a scandal involving your person. Will you swear to me, sir, on your true identity, that Giselle was alive when you left her?
She was, Holmes. I swear it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to know.
Holmes, I'm glad to see you. You know, I've been thinking. All this depends on Vernet's evidence. But supposing he was the murderer. He told us that Giselle had turned him down, you know.
I'd thought of that, but Mr. Edwards swears that Giselle was alive when he left the room. And yet that means that Mr. Edwards... Oh, no. It's unthinkable.
Holmes, you're not suggesting. Holmes, if I thought that were possible, I'd confess to the murder myself. My life wouldn't matter if it'd save a scandal like that. Great Scott, it'd shatter the empire.
Dear old Watson, you shall not sacrifice yourself. You're as valuable a British institution as the Lion himself. No, my dear fellow. We shall never sacrifice you, not while my mind is still capable of... My mind? That's it. Thank you, Watson. You've given me the answer.
Holmes, what are you burbling
Be
about
patient,
now?
old fellow. In half an hour, you'll be out of this cell, and the real murderer will be in it.
Questions. Why must Alfieri answer so many questions?
Because he will not yet tell the truth. You murdered Giselle Girondet.
How many times I have to tell you I did not kill her? Why should I want to harm her?
Because you were jealous. Because she humiliated and tormented you.
But I was not in her dressing room. I've already proved that fact. Am I a magician that I can kill somebody without entering a room?
Alfieri, I know how you killed Giselle Girondet without its necessitating your entering this room.
You're a smart man. Please to tell me.
I don't need to tell you. With the aid of Vernet, I'll show you. Open the window, Alfieri.
What game is this?
Very well, then. I'll open the window myself. Put your head out. Come on. So. Who do you see? Inspector Vernet standing 3 yards away, where you stood, and he's got your long training whip.
No!
Don't move! Stand there. The inspector hasn't your skill with a whip, but he wants to try a little experiment.
No, leave him alone!
All right, Vernet. I'm holding him.
Well, Mr. Edwards, sir, this is a pleasant change from a prison cell, isn't it?
It certainly is. Holmes, I can't tell you how grateful I am. I still don't quite understand how you did it.
Watson, in rather a roundabout way, was responsible for giving me the clue.
Oh, how was that, Holmes?
Well, on more than one occasion, old chap, I've had cause to deplore your rather florid style of writing. Tonight, I was very thankful for it. When I began to speak of the capabilities of my mind, suddenly I remembered a phrase of yours in which you referred to its whip-like rapidity and accuracy. That, of course, made me think of Alfieri, the animal trainer.
Exactly how did he kill the poor girl?
Well, sir, he stood outside the window, far enough away to leave no incriminating footprints. Called to Giselle, probably persuaded her to lean out, then snapped the whip around her neck, pulling it tight and strangling her.
And then I suppose he cut the cord and let the body fall back into the room.
Precisely, old fellow. We found a whipstock among his tackle, a whipstock from which the lash had been cut. The stub of lash left matched the cord around the dead girl's throat.
Amazing business. And I don't mind telling you, fellas, I'm very thankful to be through with it.
Yes, so am I, sir. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if this whole incident cures me of my love of circuses.
Oh, I didn't know you had a predilection in that direction.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, if you don't mind my saying so. When he was 8 years old, he fell in love with a lady bareback rider. Didn't you, Watson?
Indeed. What happened?
Well, sir, I don't remember her name, but she wore pink silk tights with golden sequins on them. And I wrote her a rather hot-headed letter. Unfortunately, my mother...
Well, Doctor, that was one of the most unusual stories you've ever told. And I might say you played a very prominent part in that case yourself.
Oh, I suppose I did. At that, Mr. Bartell. Giselle was a beautiful girl. Beautiful.
Boy, I sure love that nickname she gave you. Wheelie.
Yes, I thought it was rather nice myself. Well, that is, I mean...
Don't get embarrassed over a nickname, Doctor. You should hear the nickname I had. Well, when I went to school, all the girls called me Bottles.
Bottles? Oh, I see, from Bartell. Bartell?
Some nickname, like a prophecy.
What do you mean?
Well, they called me Bottles, and now that's what I like to talk about most. Bottles. Bottles of Petri wine.
Oh, I should have known.
And I'd like to talk about Petri wine because, as far as I'm concerned, it's the swellest wine that ever poured from a bottle. That's because the Petri family really knows how to make good wine. Well, they ought to. They've been making good wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And since the Petri family has always personally owned and operated their business, they've been able to keep that fine art of winemaking right in the family, handing it on down from father to son, from generation to generation. So it's no wonder, whenever you want a good wine, you want a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us about next
Well,
week?
now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Holmes and I had in the swampy fenlands of Norfolk. It concerns a gypsy encampment, a child that vanished, and a horrible death in the murky depths of a fearsome quagmire.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Three Students. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I like to say that. Hello there, this is Diamond. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I say it all the time. Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I think it sounds kind of, well, pretty bad. Of course, I'd rather say, hello there, this is I've got a sponsor, Diamond, but that's silly, too, because if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't have time to say, hello there, this is Diamond. I'd be overshining his shoes. Confused? Well, so am I. Want to get really mixed up? Let me tell you what happened last week. This is real silly. So silly, it wound up with murder. I was sitting in my office thinking about June Allison when the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. No other corpse can make that statement.
Oh, Rick.
Don't believe it? Just listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say about Diamond. I've been buried now on the 30 years.
Rick.
Hello, Helen.
You idiot. What are you doing?
I know this will throw you. Nothing.
No washing today?
Finished an hour ago. Oh, by the way, I got a beef.
A beef?
Yeah. Those socks you knitted for me shrunk so much I need 4 more pair.
Well, if they shrunk, what do you want with 4 more pairs?
Going to start a new fad. Going to wear them on my toes, you know, toe socks.
Well, if I knit you 4 pairs, that'll only give you 10 altogether.
Oh, by George, you really pulled off a speedy, didn't you?
Well, howdy. Wasn't half as bad as some of those gas plays you come up with.
All right, Smarty. Now, what's on your rural mind?
Want you to do me a favor?
Like, for instance?
No, for instance. I told you a friend of mine would come up and see you, and I want you to do what you can for him.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, honey. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, I was told to look you up. I am Rene.
Rick, what is it?
Helen.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Something just tiptoed into my office. I got a hunch you know about it.
Oh, maybe that's Rene.
That's what it says.
If you are Mr. Diamond, I wish you'd please pay a little attention to me, or aren't you interested in a potential client?
Hold it a second, honey. Sure, I'm always interested in a potential client. What did you do, lose your wedges?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. I've got Miss Asher on the phone now. She just told me you were coming up.
Oh, well, please say hello to Miss Asher. She's such a darling.
Yeah. Honey, Rene says to say hello. Says you're a darling.
Oh, well, say hello to Rene. He makes my hats for me.
I'll get the story from him. Call you later. Now, Mr. Rene...
Your full name is Bennet. Rene Bennet. How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Bennet?
Mr. Diamond, I have a problem, and Miss Asher seemed to think that you could help me with it.
Well, depends. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I never use them. Depends on what. You don't even know my problem yet.
Look, I don't care if you swipe John Frederick's toupee. For $100 a day in expenses, I'll grow a mattress on his skull.
Mr. Diamond, I can see that you don't know much about hats.
You are so wrong.
Oh, am I? Well, it may interest you to know that John Fredericks are two people. Mr. John and Mr. Fredericks.
Look, Mr. Bennet, I don't care if they're patrol number 3 of the Brownies. Can you afford $100 a day in expenses?
Mr. Diamond, I am the new sensation in hats.
You must look lovely. Okay, Mr. Bennet, I take it you can afford me. Now, what's your problem?
I want you to prevent the theft of my 3 latest creations.
Hats?
Creations, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, creations. Why do you want them protected?
Why, because someone is going to steal them before my fall showing.
How do you know that?
Because on similar occasions, the same thing has happened. Twice, to be exact. The designs were stolen, and 2 weeks later, that lowlife George Marchand had his showing, and my hats were the high point of his show.
What did you do?
What could I do? I couldn't prove it. If I attempted to expose him, he would have said that I was lying. Everybody knows how much we hate each other. I'd have been a laughingstock.
Do you think he had the hat stolen?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure that someone in my salon is responsible for the actual theft.
You know definitely?
No, but I suspect my partner, Gerald Winters. He's always been jealous of my ability. Mr. Diamond, couldn't you open a window or something? It's frightfully hot.
Oh, it's the air conditioning. I keep a bag of red lip jumbos up in the vent. Sometimes they get stuck.
Red lip jumbos?
Pistachio nuts. You like hats? I get hung up on pistachio nuts.
Perhaps you should see a psychiatrist.
I did.
What happened?
I sent him 5 pounds of pistachios just yesterday.
Oh, well, here's my card. I'll see you at my salon, Mr. Diamond, in about an hour. Oh, and something else. I don't want my partner or the help to know that you're a private detective.
What am I supposed to do, buy a hat?
Well, I'll tell them that you're a designer from Hollywood. That way, whatever you say will be all right. See you in an hour.
You say this Richard of Hollywood is coming here to look at our new line?
That's correct, Lillian.
Never heard of him.
Well, that's not so surprising, Gerald. There are a lot of people I'm sure you've never heard of, especially the more famous ones.
I don't like that.
Oh, don't you? Well, I'm overjoyed that you're sure of one thing, at least.
Now, don't you two start fighting again. I've never heard of this Richard of Hollywood either.
Well, he's a new man, works for the studios. Has made quite a sensation the last year or so.
Well, I'm sick and tired of temperamental artists. I'm going back to my office.
Well, why don't you do that, Jack, dear Potter, while I work to pay for your salary?
You know, Rene, someday I'm going to strangle you with one of your own hats.
Why don't you buy yourself a barbell instead? Then the next time you get into a bathing suit, there'll be no doubt that you have muscles. Oh, this boy.
How can you two continue like this? It's frightful.
Lillian, my love, I would rather join forces with a Cobra than to keep on with Gerald. But he has an iron-bound contract that assures him of at least $50,000 a year. I'm helpless. Yes, come in. Oh, Richard, come in.
Thanks. You better go out and pour some water on your partner. I just ran into him.
Gerald, what do you mean?
Well, I was looking for you, and he came up and introduced himself.
You told him your name?
Told him I was a hat designer from Hollywood, so he pointed out your office and said something about my lily white hands.
And what happened?
I didn't like the remark, so I shoved one of them down his throat.
Oh, wonderful. This I'll have to see.
I put a feather in his mouth. You can't miss him.
Rene, don't you think...
Oh, I'm sorry. Stupid of me. Lillian, this is Richard of Hollywood.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. How do you do?
This is Lillian Richmond, my junior designer and chief model. Now, you two think of something clever to talk about. I want to see Gerald, bloody nose, feather, and all.
Cigarette? You look nervous.
Oh, thanks.
So, Gerald was the victim of a collision?
Yes.
Do your friends call you Richard?
Well, it depends on how friendly they get. Then sometimes they come up with some real hair curlers. What do your friends call you?
I prefer Lillian, but sometimes they call me Lil.
Oh, Lil sounds more interesting.
That's when they call me Lil, when things get interesting. You don't act much like a hat designer, Richard. More like you should be playing football.
Oh, well, I started by designing helmets for Notre Dame.
I understand you work for the movies. You with any particular studio?
No. I'm with an independent company. Real Square Productions. We make training films.
Training film?
Oh, that was simply wonderful. I had to pour a vase of water on him. Several customers were so frightened they left, but it was worth it. And how are you two getting along?
Richard was just talking about football. He was explaining the merits of a short pass.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Lillian, Mr. Richard and I have some business to talk over.
Not at all. Get him to tell you how he started by making helmets. Maybe you'll get some new ideas, Rene.
Helmets? Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Richard.
I'll wear my muzzle.
Isn't she lovely? She has about as much conscience as a tiger in a chicken coop.
Okay, now, what about our business?
Oh, of course. Now, here's a retainer. I trust that $500 is enough to start on.
My landlord will think so. What do I do?
Well, I've told everyone that you're going to be with us until the fall showing. You want to see how I work. Perhaps take some designs back to Hollywood with you. Now, all you really have to do is to get to know the people that work for me. Now, be here from 9 in the morning to 6 at night and keep those designs from being stolen.
Oh, by the way, where are the designs?
They're in my safe here. Tomorrow they go to the designing rooms, and that's when the situation becomes acute. We'll have nothing to worry about until tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 9, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Oh, in case you need me, here's my card. I'll write my home number on it. For some reason, when I get a client, they always run into silly little things like murder or something. You just might need me. See you in the morning. I left Rene and headed for my apartment. I had suddenly found myself in the horrible position of a man with a steady job. 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Now, I'm a guy who can get along without too much sleep, especially when the situation calls for it. Like the little blonde dancer that works over on 52nd Street. There was a situation. But this time, I figured a good night's rest wouldn't do me any harm, so when I got home, I fixed a bite to eat, took a hot shower, and climbed into my little old shack.
Diamond?
Oh, hello, honey.
Now, you stop that. Wake up.
What? Oh, no. Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, a bully for you. What time is it?
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Goodbye, Walt.
Now, you wait a minute. I'm just trying to make things easy on you, and what was that hello, honey, for?
Oh, I was dreaming. What do you mean, make things easy?
I wanted to let you get here under your own steam. I know what a shock it'd be if I sent Otis down there to drag you out of bed.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. That old 8 to 5, the Dracula was loose again. Hey, what do you want me there for?
Well, I know you won't be surprised, but there's been a Ritter-O killing.
Well, so what?
So you're mixed up in it. Now get down here.
Now, wait a minute. Who's dead?
A guy named Bennet. Auto accident.
Rene Bennet?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you pronounce it. You see, Otis, you mallet-head, you were wrong. It's pronounced Bennet, not Benny. That idiot was calling him Rene Benny.
Walt, how did you know I was working for Bennet?
Your card was found in his pocket. I'm at 125th Street, so come on up as fast as you can.
Well, as soon as I get my football helmet off.
Football helmet? You sleep in a football helmet?
Well, I do. Don't you? Bye. I left the apartment and took off the address Walt had given me. It was way uptown on Riverside Drive. It was cold and the fog had begun to drift in. I found Walt over near the prowl car and he briefed me. Rene Bennet had been killed in an automobile accident. His car had crashed over a 100-foot viaduct.
He went through the guardrail up there, Rick.
Oh, wonder what he was doing way up here. Certainly wasn't headed home.
Maybe he was going to see someone.
Well, maybe. Better check and see if he knew anyone out this way.
Now, you wait a minute. You think something's wrong?
Could be, huh? He had a partner who might want him out of the way. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty badly burned before the fire boys got here. Wait a minute. Otis is over there with him. Otis!
Probably warming his feet.
He couldn't warm those big things on an atom bomb. Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there's been a fire.
Oh. Get over here.
Walt, what about that card you found in his pocket? Why didn't it get burned?
It was in one of his suits over at his apartment. I put in a call, checked his license plate, found out who he was, where he lived, and sent a couple of boys over. They came up with your card. You know how they all love you.
Anything else in the apartment?
Nothing yet. We'll get a report.
Here I am, Lieutenant.
He's getting smart.
Oh.
Hello, Shamus.
Otis, get the car started. We'll go back to the station, wait for a report about this accident.
Yeah. Lieutenant.
No.
No?
That's right. You touch that siren and I'll throw you out of the car.
The guy can't have any fun anymore.
Going to get that report at 6:30 in the morning.
I know it's 6:30. I always yawn like this when it's 6:30.
Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah?
I got that report, Lieutenant.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. What did you say?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little sleepy.
Maybe you'd like me to sing you a lullaby.
Oh, that'd be silly.
Well, then make sense.
I got that report.
Bennet.
Okay. He died from the fire. Autopsy showed he had a slight concussion, but not serious enough to kill him.
What about the car?
It wasn't tampered with. There was something funny, though. A steering wheel was smeared like someone had been wearing gloves. No prints. Benny didn't have on any gloves.
How'd the fire start?
Cigarette in the upholstery.
A cigarette in the upholstery. Okay, Otis, I'll call you if I need you. Go on back to sleep. Did you hear?
Yeah. Bennet was murdered.
What makes you so sure?
Walt, Otis said he had a slight concussion, but not enough to kill him, right?
Okay.
You want to tell me that he was unconscious the whole time it took that fire to start? Ordinarily, a cigarette smolders a long time.
Then why didn't he get out of the car?
Because he didn't have time to wake up. Someone helped that fire along, got it burning in a few minutes, and then pushed the car over the viaduct.
Well, that isn't enough.
Okay. How's this, then? Bennet didn't smoke.
Now, that I'll buy. But how do you know?
He told me. I offered him a cigarette in my office this morning.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, I know he had two enemies, his partner, Gerald Winters, and another hat designer, George Marchand.
I'll have them picked up.
No. Let them alone for a while.
Huh?
Let's have some breakfast first, and then go down to Rene's salon when it opens.
Quite a store.
Yes? Oh, good morning. How's Richard from Hollywood?
From hunger.
Richard from Hollywood.
All right, Paul.
Oh, I wish Otis was here. He'd love this.
Well, whose side are you on? Now, Walt, this is Lillian Richmond, Walt. Lillian, this is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Homicide.
Oh, well, I hope he's just in to buy a hat for his wife. Well, to buy a hat.
Lillian, I just called Rene's apartment to... Oh, what do you want?
Walt, this is Gerald Winters.
Who split his lip?
He ran into a fist.
Where were you between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, Mr. Winters?
What do you want to know for?
Gerald, this is the lieutenant from Homicide. I think maybe something's happened.
What could have happened? I was in bed from 11 o'clock till 8. Besides, what's a policeman doing with the great Richard from Hollywood? Did someone see one of his creations and strangle to death?
Where were you around 4 this morning, Lillian?
Also in bed, but I can't prove it. Why?
Benet's been killed.
What?
You don't seem too upset, Mr. Winters.
No? Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, I'm not.
How did it happen?
Car went over the viaduct. Burned to death.
Well, then why ask us where we were? It was an accident, wasn't it?
No, it was not an accident. Mr. Winters, what happens to you now? You take over the firm?
Well, yes. It all goes to me.
I think you'd better come down to the station. Answer a few questions.
Oh, no. You don't... Well, this is absurd. I hated Rene, but I'd never kill him.
Rick, do me a favor and go over to this George Marchand. Talk to him until I can send Otis down to pick him up.
You aren't a hat designer, are you?
Bingo. You win another split lip.
No, not...
Lay off him, Rick. Come on, Mr. Winters. Let's go.
I knew he wasn't. I just knew that man couldn't be famous in Hollywood or anywhere else.
Well?
Mm-hmm.
Police?
Private detective. The name's Diamond.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Stop back after you see Marchand. I'd like to find out more about the game.
Strong line and a good backfield. You've played it.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
George Marchand?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the police, Mr. Marchand.
The police?
Your competitor, Rene Bennet, was killed last night.
What?
He was burned to death in his car.
Oh, but this is horrible.
But what has Rene's death to do with me?
Well, we think he was murdered, and we're trying to find a good motive.
Mr. Diamond, it's true that Rene and I were enemies. Everyone knew it, but to think that I would take his life is utterly absurd.
Yeah. Where were you about 4 this morning, Mr. Marchand?
Well, I was in bed, asleep.
Everybody sure had a dull evening. How well do you know Gerald Winters, Rene's partner?
Just slightly.
How about Lillian Richmond?
By reputation only.
One more question. When's your fall showing, Mr. Marchand?
In 2 days.
Well, be sure to be around for it. The police get very unhappy if a murder suspect catches the first plane for the border.
Murder suspect?
See you later, Mr. Marchand. I left Marchand counting his pulse and wondering just how much I didn't know. And if he could have seen what was going on in my little old mind, he might have grown a few white hairs. I grabbed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station in Walt Levinson. Needless to say, he was not happy.
Oh, now, you wait a minute, Diamond. I'm satisfied with Gerald Winters. He's the only one who had a motive.
The only one who had a motive that you can see. Too many things point to someone else.
Give me a for instance.
Oh, you always want a for instance.
Well, hang it, you're trying to convince me that Winters isn't the killer, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Walt.
Then I want a for instance. I want to know your reason.
Well, Winters and Rene hated each other. Even as partners, they really wanted each other out of the way.
You crazy. You just gave me the best reason for hanging on to Winters.
Walt, when Rene was killed, he was 10 miles away from his apartment going in the other direction.
So what?
Did you find out if you knew anyone who might live out that way?
Even if he didn't know anyone out that way, I still say so what? The killer went for a drive with him, got out there, hit him over the head, poured gasoline on the seat, and dropped a cigarette. Pushed him off the viaduct. And Winters smokes. I know. I sent a whole carton down to his cell to make sure.
You're right about how the killer did it. But do you think Rene would have taken a drive like that with a man he hated, knowing how much a man hated him? Huh? And another thing. It was pretty warm yesterday and last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Lousy weather.
Okay. The killer wore gloves. Isn't that a little strange on a warm night?
So he slipped on some gloves. Didn't want to leave any fingerprints.
No. The killer was driving. The report said there were absolutely no fingerprints on the steering wheel. If Rene was in the driver's seat, there would have been a few of his anyway.
We couldn't tell whether he was in the driver's seat. He could have been thrown aside when the car crashed. But I don't get this glove angle.
You want to catch a killer?
Now, what kind of a remark is that?
Well, come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Down to Rene's shop. We can get in through a window I noticed in the alley. There are some designs in his safe, and Walt, the killer has to get them out tonight.
There you are, Lieutenant. It's Jimmy.
Rick, I don't like this. Busting into a place without a warrant.
Oh, go on. Climb in and watch out for the burglar alarm.
All right. Come on, Otis. Okay. Here, I'll give you a hand, Diamond.
Oh, well, that ought to be easy for you, Otis.
Yeah, why?
Well, you could hold on with the other 4 and still have one left over to grab me.
Oh, is that so?
You two lay off. Come on, Rick. Show me where to go.
Right over here, in Rene's office.
What makes you think the killer hasn't already stolen the plans?
I wouldn't have done it the night of the murder. That would have shown a motive. Wouldn't have done it today. Too many people in the shop. Go on in.
Gee. Spooky. I can't see a thing.
Walt, what's this?
Boo. Ah, for Pete's sake, Shaw.
Now, lay off, Otis Diamond. And where do we hide?
Just sit down anywhere and be quiet. The first person through that door is our killer.
The clock is going to drive me crazy.
You want me to shut it off?
How do you shut off a clock, stupid?
Busted.
Oh. Rick.
Yeah?
I still don't understand why that glove angle is so important.
Well, as a single item, it's not so important. But along with the rest, it was the first thing that gave me an idea of the killer.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I think I got it. I did.
Oh.
Rick, it's 3 o'clock. I don't think your killer's going to show.
Yeah, I'm getting stiff.
Hold it, Walt. I think we have a customer.
Otis, get up and stand next to that light switch. Flip it on when I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Otis.
Oh, hello, Lillian.
Oh, you startled me. What's this all about? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
For me? I don't understand. I was just coming over to pick up some of my sketches. I forgot them this afternoon.
So you waited until 3 in the morning?
I had a date.
Yeah. Otis, go out and drag in her date.
Now, you wait just a minute. I don't know what this is all about.
Go ahead,
no
Otis.
right to... Mr. Diamond, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Lever. Point by point, it goes something like this. Rene Bennet was killed by somebody he knew and trusted. He never would have gone for that riot otherwise. Bennet didn't smoke. So the killer was an amateur and started the fire with a cigarette. The killer wore gloves, and it was too hot that night for a man to wear them without looking suspicious.
Are you saying that you think
Did you kill Bennet? Sure you did.
Come on, you get in there. Your dirty hands off of me.
Yeah, here he is, Sothern. This is the guy in the car.
Lil, what is this all about?
You better ask Mr. Diamond, although I don't think he'll make much sense. He just accused me of killing Rene.
What?
Good morning, Mr. Marchand. I thought you didn't know Lillian.
Well, prior to this evening, I did not. I called her because I wanted to talk to her about Rene's death.
Ah, you're lying. Today at your shop, you call me Mr. Diamond. How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
No. You're fibbing again. I just said I was from the police. Only one person who knew both of us could have called you, and she also knew I was on the way over to your shop. Didn't you, Lil?
The name is Miss Richmond. Now prove that I killed Rene. You've got no motive.
Well, the designs are enough to start with. You probably suspected I wasn't a hat designer. And you knew you had to work fast if you were going to get those designs to Marchand here before this fall showing.
That's not true. Lillian never gave me any designs from Rene.
You know, of course, Mr. Marchand, that if we stick your girlfriend with a murder rap, you're an accessory before and after the fact.
What?
Sure, maybe you'll get to sit in a nice electric love seat and hold hands.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, you knew about it, and you knew who did it. That's enough to put you away for 20 years. Being mixed up in the actual motive might get you life.
No. She was the one that did it. She knew Winters would be blamed for it.
George!
Yes. She stole the designs for me because she wanted to ruin Bennet and take over his salon, but I did not know she was going to kill him.
Why, you dirty little man. You did know it. You did know it. You helped me plan it if I got the best sketches for you. I'll tear your eyes out.
Get her away from me.
Come on, lady. Let's go.
Okay, haul them both out to the car. Rick, I don't know how. Rick. Oh, no.
Rick. Oh, why does he always disappear like that?
Rick, what's that you're playing?
What's a new thing? Kind of pretty. Don't cry, Joe.
Well, sing it.
Well, all right, but you know that gripey neighbor in the other apartment building?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. You don't hear any of the other tenants yelling for you to shut up.
Well, maybe they're not as forceful as the Grouch. You see, honey, I got a couple of letters.
Letters?
Mm-hmm, from the people in that building. Most of them like the singing, but a couple feel the same way the Grouch does.
Well, there's only one way to find out what all the people in the building think.
How's that?
Open the window and sing so they can all hear you.
Okay, I'll buy it. You open the window. Don't you think maybe this is silly?
Rick, I like you to sing when you come over here, but I don't want you to do it if no one else does. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. You've got to realize this is the wind-up. You'll feel much better once you make your mind up. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
No reaction yet. Maybe they all took poison.
Well, give them time. We'll find out soon enough.
I guess so.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Kay Brinker, Clark Gordon, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned for Irene Dunn and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you called.
Why?
I don't know. I always am. Was it a good case, Sam?
I didn't like it.
Where are you?
Morgue, San Mateo.
Oh, was somebody killed?
Yes?
Well, do you know who did it?
Yep.
That's good.
No, that's bad.
Bad?
Believe it or not, F, I wish I didn't know who killed who.
I don't understand. Oh, Sam, you sound so downhearted.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll try to loosen up. Stay where you are, sweetheart. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the champion caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Before bringing you tonight's mystery, I'm going to take 28 seconds to tell you something that isn't a mystery. It's no mystery why so many millions of men, women, and children have well-groomed hair these days when America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil, costs so little. Just 25 cents will buy you a get-acquainted bottle and show you how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair, how it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I read the afternoon paper. I don't understand it either.
Stop that.
Really, after all this time, you'd think I'd be acclimatized to all kinds of human storms. I've got my pencil already. I'm myself again. I'm ready, Sam. Sam? Date? Date, August 7th, 1949. To whom, Sam?
Jack Manelli.
To Detective Lieutenant Manelli. Homicide Detail, San Mateo Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 127-596. Subject... Are you listening, Sam?
Subject, the champion caper. Dear Manelli. You were there for the end of it, and I was there for the start of it, which is in the reception office of Elliot Champion's brokerage house in San Mateo, and where I first met Mildred Champion. Remember that old salve, how a woman in love is always beautiful? When I went in, I had no idea she was in love and no idea she was beautiful.
Not because she had lately been crying, but her sallow face without makeup, framed in a wisp of blonde hair, wasn't flattered by the shapeless black dress, cotton stockings, and low-heeled shoes she was wearing. Certainly not the going idea of beauty. Nor did her conversation reveal anything to indicate love.
Oh, yes. May I help you?
Mr. Elliot Champion, my name's Spade.
Spade. S-P-A-D-E?
You don't have to write it. He's expecting me.
Your business, Mr. Spade?
Private.
I have to have a little more than that, I'm afraid.
Always this hot here?
Mr. Champion can't stand fresh air.
Obvious.
That's what makes it so warm in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is hot. Just flip the switch and tell him I'm here.
Well, what is it, Mildred?
I was just going out. Mr. Spade is here. Says you're expecting him. But I don't find him listed in your appointment book.
Don't be an idiot. Send him in. Send him in.
You may go in now, Mr.
He always like that?
He's nice today.
Sorry, Mildred. That's your name, isn't it?
His office is the first on the right.
Don't bother. I'll find it.
Thank you. I'll just go to lunch.
Mr. Champion?
Well, don't just stand there. Come in and shut the door. What I have to discuss with you is private. I don't want that snoopy niece of mine listening to our conversation.
She's out to lunch now. But does she listen in often?
All the time. Why?
She didn't know who I was.
I outsmarted her there. I called you from the drugstore on the corner. I don't want anyone to know who you are, why you're here. Oh, now, where did I put that lighter?
Behind the inkwell.
Oh, yeah. I'm a dangerous man to play games with. Joseph's found that out once, and if he keeps this business up, he's going to find it out again.
No games? You're dangerous.
Say, are you mocking me, Spade?
Just wondering what you're talking about.
I just told you. You got ears, haven't you? Joe Josephs is back in town, and I'm not going to fool around with him.
Mildred told me you were nice today.
Oh, she did she? Well, Mildred talks too much. That's what's the matter with her. She talks too much.
And you'd fire her, only she's your niece, and you'd have to pay somebody else 3 times what you pay her to take everything she has to take.
Get out of my office. Oh, no. Wait a minute, Spade. Oh, it's just hot, I guess.
Who has turned on the heat?
It's Joe Josephs. He was released from San Quentin this week. And I've been receiving telephone calls from him telling me to beware and to watch out and a lot of other nonsense.
What was he doing at San Quentin?
2 to 5 on an embezzling count. He's an ungrateful scoundrel, that's what he is. I took him into my office as a junior executive, and 6 months later...
He got tired of the $20 a week you were probably paying him and decided to dip into the bin. Only he did a bad job, got caught, you testified against him, now he's out and he's sore, and he's threatening.
And every time you yell cop around this town, there's always some snoopy reporter hanging around the sergeant's desk.
Ain't that the truth?
Listen, Spade, I've got $500,000 tied up in this business, and I don't want anybody thinking I might get knocked over by some loony with a grudge.
And that's why you didn't tell the police?
Don't you believe me?
It'll do for now. You'll think of something better.
Now, see here, impertinence is one thing...
25 a day and... No. That'll be 45 a day in expenses.
I want you to find Joe Josephs and bring him to me.
Nuisance warrant?
More than that. I've got enough stuff in that desk drawer to send him back to Quentin if I have to.
Oh, what kind of stuff?
Left over from his trial. It'll be grand larceny this time, and they don't stop at 5 years for that kind of thing.
You withheld evidence?
I withheld...
Get out! My back was only 8 feet from the window, and it came through from the other building across the court. The silencer either ruined the marksman's aim, or he was just a bad shot, because out of 6 tries, he didn't connect with a thing but the desk lamp and a wastebasket. By that time, Champion and I were both on the floor, Champion on top of me. I kicked out to get loose, and he kicked me back. I gave that up and twisted around for my gun. Across the court, a window was open about 6 inches, one corner of which was full of a dark-sleeved hand and a gun arm. I fired at it from what is known as number 6 position.
It's him! It's him! Get him, Spade! Get him, Spade! What do you think I hired you for?
I didn't bother to answer him. I went through the window, onto the fire escape, and over to the next building. I did more. I went in that building, which was apparently vacant, down the stairs, and started out the back entrance.
Hey!
Oh, sorry.
Hey, watch it, will you? What's the big hurry?
Hey, he came out of this building. Which way did he go?
Who came out of what building?
This building, right here, just a second ago.
Here?
Yes.
Who?
Him.
Who?
The guy who just ran down
What
these
did he look
stairs.
like?
Well, he...
Oh, what did he look like? I say, what did he look like?
Huh?
Who?
What?
Where?
Thanks.
Don't mention it, Curly, anytime.
I couldn't tell her what he looked like because I hadn't seen him. After a careful search of the building, which revealed nothing, I decided my suspect had eluded me for good, and I returned to the office of Elliot Champion. He was sitting on his green leather chair, wearing an expression to match.
Missed him, huh, Spade?
What does Josephs look like?
Oh, I've got a couple of snapshots here somewhere. Oh, yes, here.
Let's have a look. I was later to regret having those snapshots in my person. They showed a tall, thin-faced, haunted-looking guy, an old-looking 28, good face, shock of black hair, and dark eyes. I've seen plenty of cons, embezzler type, and he wouldn't have been cast in the part in my movie. There was nothing about him to indicate that he'd embezzled $2,000 or use a silencer on a gun. I dug 2 38 slugs out of Champion's wall and went down to the street.
Spade! Oh, Spade!
He was a heavy-set man in a dirty white Panama hat and seersucker suit that didn't fit him around the middle.
Hey, just a minute, Spade, just a minute.
He crawled out of a black sedan, jammed a cigar in his mouth, and began sweating. He needed a shave. He'd always need a shave.
Hot afternoon, ain't it? Yes, sir, sure is hot. Sure is a hot afternoon. Here, my card.
Lemuel Drigger, Confidential Investigations.
Guess I should ought to have some new ones printed up, huh?
I guess you should order, Lem, and change the name while you're at it.
Huh?
Didn't the commissioner bounce you 9 years ago for rolling a pack before you did the booking?
Oh, let bygones be bygones, Spade. I'm in business for myself now.
How's business, Lem?
Punk.
Try another racket, Lem.
Spade, you been in to see old man Champion, maybe?
Maybe.
I was just going to go in to see him myself when I spot you pull up. I recognize you from the pictures in the paper last week. I figure maybe you and me ought to talk.
What did you figure you and me maybe ought to talk about, Lem?
Oh, you make it tough for a guy, Spade. We're in the same business, you know. What'd you go see him about?
So long, Lem.
Wait a minute. I'm an old gumboot, huh? A fat old gumboot who couldn't get a trick as a housekeeper or tailing a punk. Is that it? Okay, Spade, okay. You're full of vinegar now, but just you keep my card. You'll want to see Lem Drigger before it's all tied up. You'll want to see me.
Screw, Lem. But he was right. I did want to see him because when I got down to the Chronicle office and looked up a morgue on the Joe Joseph's trial, the first thing that jumped out at me was the name Lemuel Drigger. Lemuel Drigger, private detective who had been employed when Mr. Champion had become suspicious of Joseph's account irregularities, and who, together with Mr. Champion, caught Joseph's red-handed, and who willingly offered his testimony the same at the trial which convicted Joe Josephs to San Quentin for 5 years. The file also gave the name of Joseph's lawyer, a man named Anthony Spiza. The phone book showed an apartment address on Geary.
That you, Aggie? Hold on a minute. I was just trying to get dinner over before you showed up, but I guess I'm late tonight. Who are you?
Mr. Spiza?
That's right.
My name's Spade. I'm a private investigator. I'm trying to locate a former client of yours, a man named Joseph.
Come in. I was expecting Aggie, but come in.
Thanks.
I always fix my own dinner, poached egg and half. Ulcers. Name Spade?
Yeah.
Want an egg?
No, thanks. I'm on duty.
Mind if I finish?
It's up to you.
Who's your client, Spade?
Elliot Champion. Joe Josephs is back in town, and he's been making telephone threats and throwing 38s around.
38, huh?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is?
Joe was a nice kid, but a calendar job. Born with one war going on, a depression on deck, and another war in the hold. Makes a difference. The calendar got him. Everything was against him at the trial, too. I couldn't do anything. He thought I let him down and told me so. He got real sore when they read the book at him. Threatened Champion and that private dick,
Lem Drigger.
Drigger and everybody else. Said he was railroaded.
You were his attorney?
I know, but he didn't have a chance in a million of beating that rap. He thought I ratted when I took the guilty plea in court's mercy, all for a lousy $2,000. Well, he's done his time and he's out now.
He hasn't gotten in touch with you?
Nope.
No threats?
Nope.
Ever write to you from prison?
Nope.
Any idea where he'd be in town?
Nope.
Is it possible he has a mother?
Nope.
Then I guess I leave you to Aggie.
We play records. Aggie used to be a violinist.
Well, it's up to her.
Spade.
Yeah?
If you find Joe, tell him where I live. I'd like to see him.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I just want to see what 5 years in the pen does to a kid like that.
Yeah. I'll bet you do. Yeah?
Is this you, Mr. Spade?
Who's this?
This is Mildred Champion. Remember me in my uncle's office?
I remember.
Mr. Spade, you're looking for Joe, aren't you? Well, I know you are. You don't have to answer me. I think I can help you find him. I must talk to you right away before something terrible happens. Please come out to the house before something terrible happens. It's right in the corner.
I got out to the house as fast as I could, but not before something terrible had happened.
Spade.
The front door was open and all the lights were on, and Elliot Champion was lying at the foot of the stairs in the front hall holding his lapel as if it would get away from him.
Spade, don't touch me. try to move me. It's in my lungs somewhere, and I never thought.
It didn't look like there'd be much use, but I beat it up the stairs to the hall phone to call emergency ambulance.
Hello?
What the?
This is Joe. So you hired a private eye to look me up, huh? Well, you'll never find me, but I'll find you. Yeah, Mr. Champion, I'll be seeing you real soon.
I didn't get it then, but I got it a second later. I grabbed for the banister, missed, and hit the top railing. A pair of hands held me up long enough to go through my pockets and then let me go, and that's the last thing I remember.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Champion Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The neighbors had complained of gunshots, which was fortunate for me. I still might have been lying at the bottom of those stairs in Champion's house, Lieutenant, if you hadn't walked in, applied first aid, asked me my name, and listened to my story. You considered the threatening phone call after my client's death as a cover-up and promptly sent out a general alarm on Joe Josephs. I took an aspirin and a taxicab for home. Halfway uptown, I discovered the pictures of Joe Josephs were missing from my wallet. And that is why I was absent at the medical examiner's inquest this morning. Instead of going home, I went out to San Mateo, jimmied the lock of Champion's office, and violated City Ordinance number 352B. My dead client's desk revealed one important item. An income tax voucher dated August 17, 1944, noting him delinquent. Then I found another important item, same for 1943. His secretary's desk was even more interesting. What I found there led me to, 1, call her home. Result, no answer. And 2, to revisit Attorney Speezer. I found him poaching another egg.
All right, I'm here. It's late, Aggie. What's the idea? Unless it's Beethoven, I don't... Oh, Spade.
Aggie ever show?
Yeah, left early. Has to work tomorrow.
Oh, it's too bad.
What's with you? Still looking for Joe?
Yep.
Any leads? Wish I could help you, Spade.
Elliot Champion was shot and killed in his home tonight.
No.
Is that all you have to say?
Joe do it?
Maybe.
Well,
you don't seem scared for a mouthpiece Joe didn't like.
if you mean should I be next, no. I'm not scared, Spade. The kid should realize by this time I liked him and did all I could.
You've been here all evening?
Aggie?
Could you prove it?
Yeah.
You may have to. Did you know Mildred Champion was married to Joe Josephs?
Yeah. How'd you know? It's a secret.
I found this marriage license in her desk drawer.
Nosy, huh?
I found something else. Champion didn't pay his income taxes all the time.
A lot of people are like that, Spade. Me,
Lem Drigger testified against Joe at the trial, so did Champion. Mildred worked in the office, but she didn't testify.
Wife can't testify against husband. Real good story, Spade. But what about Joe?
Champion had something on Lem Drigger, and Drigger had something on Champion. Joe's in between. You tell me, huh?
Huh?
All right, I'll tell you. It's all about a green kid hired into a brokerage firm to be framed on a phony embezzling charge to cover up a tax delinquency. You want to finish it?
I can't. I don't know it.
You've got ideas, though.
Yeah, Spade, you're right. I've got ideas. And all of them make me sick inside. That kid stood there and told me he was innocent. He said it 1,000,000 times if he said it once. And he told me he thought Champion was short with the income tax people.
And if Champion was short, he could phony up a book and get a worn-out private detective like Drigger to testify that there'd been a fraud, and Joe takes the rap.
If that's what happened, they did it pretty good.
Did you mention anything like this at the trial?
Surmise is not admissible. There was no way to investigate it and no way to prove it. Joe was a nice kid, Spade, and he told a good story. I've been fooled a lot of times. What do you think?
I haven't met him yet.
All right, he's done his 5 years. He came out, and now they want him for killing the man who sent him up. His whole life's gone. And for what? Spade, I hope you don't find him. I hope nobody ever finds him.
But we did find Joe Josephs, Lieutenant. He was right under our noses all the time. When I called you, you told me to come on down to the morgue at the county hospital. We both stood and looked at Joe Josephs.
It's a funny thing, Sam. We had an alarm out for an hour on this guy. We've been looking all over for him, and he turns up right here. Only he's dead. He's been dead since last night about 7.
7? Same time Champion was killed.
TB. Just got the whole story. Had it awful bad in prison on the sick ward his last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted out awful bad. When his time was up last week, he made him release him. But he wound up here, died in the hospital. He looks awful young to be a con and all. I don't know, Sam. He's just a kid, isn't he?
Up until then, you had some kind of case against Joe Josephs. But when the medical examiner reported that my client had been shot with a .32, the rest of it began to fall into place. Lem Trigger's office was a dirty room over a shoe repair shop on Mission Street. The glass on the door hadn't been washed in 5 years, and neither had anything else. You could hardly tell where the office left off and Lem began.
Oh, hello, Spade. I've been waiting for you. I thought you'd get over for some talk.
What made you think that, Lem?
Well, you're here, ain't you?
All right, let's make talk. Did the silencer ruin your gun?
Huh?
Come on, I want it all.
Hey,
You phoned tonight after Champion was killed. You've been phoning him right along saying it was Joe.
No, just a minute, Spade. We're in the same racket.
You shot at him with a silencer on your 38 this afternoon to make it look real good.
You can't prove anything. I didn't kill him.
One slug out of your gun will match that up. Every cop carries a 38. You were a cop once.
Now, Spade, you got this all wrong.
You because you thought he'd called you in for protection. He called you in once on another job.
Listen, I know what you're thinking,
and
but
business was so bad you had to drum it up, didn't you? Joseph was released from prison and it was a natural, only it didn't work. Champion called me instead, and you tried to shake me down.
Well, I only thought we could kind of work together. Make it a good thing.
I told you once you should try another racket. But you didn't take my advice. Now you're going to have to.
What do you mean?
Because your license will be revoked pretty quick. You got into a lot of trouble about 2 minutes from now.
I did? I was right here. What are you trying to...
I swore out a complaint on you for assault and battery.
Hey, wait a minute. I ain't done nothing to you. Champion's dead. And
yes,
I tell
you did, Lem. You tried to strike me, and I had to defend myself. And I did make out a complaint, Lieutenant. I phoned your office, and 2 of your men were on the way out to pick him up when I heard a footstep outside the door. I knew who was there and what she was there for, and I did the only thing I could think of at the moment. And it was lucky I did it. Her own .32 was in her hand when she came in the door. She looked at me, and Lem's smoking gun in my hand, looked at him, stretched out on the floor, then she looked back at me, and the gun fell from her hand, and she began to cry. Hello, Mildred.
I wanted to do it. I came here to do it.
I know.
Why? Why did you?
To stop you.
Why?
My bullets went into the ceiling. He's just knocked out.
No, he ought to be dead. Dead.
No. Not anymore, Mildred.
You tricked me. You knew I was coming here. And you know he should die. You know it.
That won't bring Joe back.
How many real tramps have you met in your life, Mr. Spade?
Lots. And some who just thought they were.
Well, you met the genuine product yesterday. My uncle, for example. He stole money from himself and made it look like Joe did it.
I know about that.
And this one? Why didn't you let me kill him, too? Why?
Easy.
When I went over to see him in the hospital the first time, I knew he was dying. He had that look in his eyes. Helpless. And he knew what they'd done to him. And he couldn't do anything about it.
But you figured that you could. So you killed your uncle when you found out Joe died, and you came here to kill Lem.
They killed him. They killed Joe and they sent him to prison. 5 years I waited for him to get out of that awful place. I waited to hold him in my arms and tell him it was all over. 5 years I waited to help him forget his hate, my hate. 5 years I loved him so much every day.
Oh, easy.
And then he came back to me the way he did. Those pictures were all I had left of him after 5 years of waiting, loving him. Now he's dead. What can you or I or anybody do about what they've done to him? Look at me, Mr. Spade. Go ahead, look at me. I'm not what you'd call beautiful. I'm not even very pretty. Nobody would ever look at me twice. Well, Joe looked at me. And he loved me. Now he's dead. And I'm dead inside. I'm dead inside, and I'll be glad when I'm dead outside.
Period and a report.
Oh, Sam, they were so unhappy.
Yeah. Add a notation that I won't be around for the coroner's inquest.
Sam, you can't do
This
that.
report, when duly notarized, should be admissible as testimony. I want to get out of town for a few days. Sour racket.
And now, listen to this. Later this evening, if you happen to stroll down to the corner for cigarettes or ice cream, why not also pick up some Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Your whole family will like the way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Didn't make any mistakes.
Of course you didn't.
Are you really serious about getting out of town for a few days?
I am?
The world's too much with you, huh, Sam?
Effie.
I know it's poetry, Sam, but it seems kind of appropriate right now. I don't care if she did kill those two men. I feel sorry for her.
What's that got to do with poetry?
What kind of poetic justice?
Oh.
Why did she dress the way she did in a black dress and low heels?
A form of penance, I guess. A mourning, absence of her missing lover. Yeah, no. Look, you'll have to type it all over if you keep that up.
But, Sam, it's all so beautiful and tragic.
Yeah.
And you watched it all happen with such understanding. I'm so proud of you. Oh, Sam.
Come on. Dry up and go home.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by E. Jack Newman. Music was directed by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Rene and Pierre Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with Sothern lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Charlie. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.